Hello everyone, in today's video we're going to be creating a task manager application. So we're going to see a login page. We can also register for a new account. So let's try to log in. So before you log in, if you're not logged in, you're going to see this text and a button to log in or register. Okay, so you're not going to be able to navigate to any of these pages unless if you're logged in. So let's log in and I'm going to enter my password and let's click login. So as you can see now, we have logged in. So you're going to be able to see your tasks. There is the date when the task was created, the priority of the task, and if it's completed or not. We can edit this task. Okay, we can plan trip. We can say edit, and then we can update this task. As you can see now, it's updated. Everything is going to be updated in real time. And at the right side here, there's a sidebar which shows how many tasks we have, and everything here is dynamic. We also have the profile. We can click on the profile. We can update this user information, the password, the email, the name. So for example, I can say Jones, and then I can save the changes. As you can see now, the changes have been saved. Okay, so everything is going to change in real time. Okay, and we can also filter this data here. Filter based on the priority. So if it's low, medium, okay, and we can navigate to completed, and we're going to have nice animations. Okay, so completed, you're going to see the tasks that are completed. Okay, and if I go to pending, you're going to see the tasks that are pending. We can also filter these tasks. Okay, and with the overdue tasks, we can also filter these tasks. Okay, so I will go back to the home page. We can also add a new task. Okay, I'll copy this task here so I can paste. Update resume to test data, and then the priority, I'm just gonna set it to medium, and the due date, I'll put it to any date in the future. You can put it to completed or not, but it's not completed, so I'm just gonna create task. As you can see now, these stats are updating in real time. We can also delete. Okay, so when I delete, it's also updating in real time. Okay, for some reason I forgot to add a delete pop-up. There should be a delete pop-up, but yeah, you'll be able to know how to do everything pretty much after we finish this video. Okay, and I'll create the task. Everything updates in real time. I'll create another one. Just put some random data here, and then create task. Okay, and I'll just create a task. Okay, so we have created the tasks. So now what we can do, we can sign out and create a new account, or we can also add a task from this button here, a task. Okay, let's sign out. By the way, this button as well at the bottom here, you can delete everything. So it's a nuclear option to delete everything you see on the app. And also here it will show you how many tasks which are not complete and your name. Okay, so if you have a lot of tasks that are not complete, it will show up there. And let's complete this tasks, complete, update, and then it will also update here in real time. Okay, so now let's sign out. So let's register for a new account. Let's just say Billy Butcher. I'm just gonna put a test email number 5. The password, I'm just gonna say test register. Okay, so the password is too small. Test password and then register. Okay, and test email number 5, that's our user. And the password, we can view the password. Okay, you can forget the password, by the way. If you forget password, you can send an email to reset the password. Okay, so login. Okay, so as you can see now, a new user. So you are going to see different things here. So there's nothing on the stats because there's no tasks that are completed. Because you're a new user, you can create a new task. Hello there. Okay, and we can just create task. So as you can see now, it says completed 0 and pending 1. So the pending is going to be red. So there it is. So that's the application that we're going to be creating in this video. We are also going to implement a cookie consent banner with the help of CookieBot. CookieBot is an easy-to-use tool that helps websites comply with global privacy regulations such as GDPR, ePrivacy, CCPA, and many more. This allows users to make informed choices about their privacy by managing their consent preferences for cookies and online tracking. Users can select or opt out of these options such as marketing cookies, statistics cookies, preferences cookies. This gives users control of how their data is collected and used. So you won't be able to turn off the necessary cookies because these are needed to make the website functional. So these are really essential. For example, page navigation. It's really important that your website navigates. So these are necessary for navigation. And we have the preference cookies. So these ones are optional. So these will remember your choices such as language or region. So you can choose to turn this on and off. And we have the statistics cookies. So this will collect data on how you use the website and how to improve the. So we also have statistics cookies. This will collect data on how you use the website to improve it. And we also have the marketing cookies. So this will track your activity and show targeted ads based on your usage of the website. So you can view more details here. You can click on more details. You can read more details and then you can see the about text. Okay, so we are going to implement this consent banner using CookieBot. We can allow any of these. You can choose marketing, statistics, preferences. So this will give you control of what data is collected. Okay, so for example, I'll just allow everything. Okay, so now I've allowed everything. You can also choose to put a button at the bottom here to withdraw your consent, but we didn't choose to put the button. You can choose to do that. I'm going to show you how to implement everything in the video. So you are going to have knowledge on how to implement cookie consent banners by the end of this video. Okay, if you have any more questions, let me know in the comment section, and I'm going to put all of the necessary links in the description, and I'll see you in the video. Okay, so now just navigate to the folder that you want to save your project in. In this case, I'm going to be saving my project in a folder called Taskfire. So in here, we're going to create 2 more folders. So we're going to have a backend folder, which we're going to start with, and another one is going to be client. Okay, so in the backend, let's create a new file. Actually, let's cd into this backend. So let's open the terminal, cd backend, and we're going to do npm init. Okay, and enter, and the entry point, you can name this app.js or index.js. In this case, I'm just going to name it server.js. Okay, so that's going to be our main entry point. Okay, so you can see now we have a package JSON now. Now we're going to be able to install some npm packages. So before we do anything, let's create some folders. Actually, we want a folder called routes. Okay, so we need to set up authentication before we do anything. So to do that, instead of me recreating the video again, I'm going to link you the video where you're going to be able to do authentication. So the TaskItem. So this is my website, or it's on my YouTube. So if you go on my YouTube, I have a video for authentication. For some reason, my website doesn't show on Google yet. thecodedealer.com. And if you go to resources, actually lessons, so I have a video doing authentication stuff. Okay, so if you want to skip the authentication section, let's go to GitHub. Actually, you can click the project, and I'm going to click this GitHub link, and we're going to go to GitHub, and we want to take the backend authentication code. So this is only authentication, so we don't need to do authentication from scratch. So we can download this, download zip. Okay, and let's open up the zip. Okay, so now we have the zip. So we have these two folders here. So what we can do, we can extract this zip in the downloads. Okay, so in the downloads, I will, oops. So we've extracted that zip in the backend. I'm just going to copy everything and just put it in the backend folder. I will take everything here and just put in the backend folder. Seems like nothing is happening. So I'm just going to review this in Explorer. Open up backend. I will go to this backend and copy to backend and replace the file that we've created. Okay, and then I'm going to explain everything in here. So now we have the code for authentication. So let's run first, and then I'm going to explain what everything is doing. Okay, so let me try to run npm start. Oops, npm start. So it's not working. We need to install the dependencies. So npm I, so we can install all of the dependencies. Okay, so now we've installed the dependencies, and let's start. Okay, so we have an issue. We need an environment variable. So .env. Okay, so the environment variable we're looking for, if I go to the source and DB, it should have a name called Mongo URI. So that's your connection link to your MongoDB database. So I'm just going to paste this here in environment variable. So what you need to do is go to MongoDB. MongoDB. MongoDB, and just log into your Atlas account. Or if you're using the offline version, you can copy the connection link. So I'm just going to log in with the email. Okay, and if you don't have an account, you can create a new cluster. Once you've created a new cluster, so you can create a new database. So in this case, here I'm just going to go to connect and drivers, Node.js. You can select whatever language you're using. In this case, Node.js. So we can copy this URL, and I'm going to paste it here. And then here you just have to put your password. Okay, I can't remember my password, so I'm just going to copy this same link from another project. I'll be back. I'll stop the video for now. Okay, so now I've pasted my link, but you can see my password. Don't copy this link. It's not going to work because I'm going to generate a new password after this. So this is just to show you a demonstration. Don't use this. Put your password, the name of the cluster, and then the name of the database. I'm just going to name it maybe Taskfire, something like that. You can name this whatever you want. Okay. And now we have the URI. So now let's try to rerun this. Y npm start. Okay, so now as you can see, now we've connected to the database. So we also need a few items here. So the other one that we want is the client URL and the port. So I'm going to set the port at 8000. The client URL is localhost 3000. Or if you're using a different local host for your client. So for the React, the default one is 3000. And then we need JWT secret. So if you watch the authentication video, you know what this does. But if you don't want to watch it, that's fine. You can still do this. And okay, so now we have that. Let me explain what everything does in here. So if I go to, we have the controllers, and then we have the user controller. So here we're just doing registering the user, logging in the user, logging out the user, getting the user data, updating the user, and getting the login status of the user, if the user is logged in or not logged in. Here we're doing some email verification. So if a user creates a new account, you can send an email for them to confirm if it's a real email, and some password resets. So yeah, you can watch the whole authentication video. I'm not going to get into this because it's a lot of code. Okay, so now we have the authentication. Let's see if it's working. So what we need to do, let's go to Postman. You can use Insomnia if you want to. I've created a new collection here. So what we can do is, let's see, we need to log in. So the port is 8000, it's 880. Is it 8000 or 880? So it's 8000. Okay. So our port is 8000. So let's go back to port 8000. And it should be API /v1. And then for us to log in, to register, should be register. Actually, so let's copy this. Copy, and let's go to register. So 8000. And then register. Oops. Register. So for us to be able to register, let's go into the body. And for us to be, I'll get rid of this data here. So to register, we need an email. Let's go, let me check the fields. Models. So we need name, email, password. Okay. Go back to Postman. Let me just double check. Register. So we need name, email, and password. I'll just copy this. I'll go back to register. So we need name, email, and password. So here you can put any name that you want. Okay, and so this is my password. I'm just going to name it testmail@gmail.com. So this is the password, and let's post, and let's register for a new user. Okay, so now, as you can see, we've registered for a new user. So our application has a new user now. Okay, perfect. So what we want to do now, we want to create some tasks and also get the tasks which a user has created. Okay, and we also want to edit, delete. So to do that, let's start with the routes. So for that, routes, let's create a route for, let's name it tasks.js, like so. Okay, perfect. So in here, we are going to do a route for tasks. Let's start with import express from express. Okay, and we need to get router from express. So const router, we go to express router, and then here we want to export this router as default. Okay, because we're mapping through all of our routes in this routes folder. So that's why we need to export default router in here. Export default router. All right, so now let's start with the creating a task. Okay, so here we can say router. So first to create, it's a post request. Let's name it task, and then create. You can name this whatever you want, these routes. So if we hit this endpoint, we're going to create a new task. Okay, and we can do a response. We can say task created. Let's copy this and go to Postman. Let's see if it's working. So login, register, logout. We don't need this one. So you can rename this to whatever you want. And let's say get tasks. Actually, or create tasks. Okay, 8000. And here task create, so it's a post request. Let's hit send. Okay, so 1000 create, which is weird. So task create, go back to Postman. Okay, so I'm missing something, so it should be API v1 like that, and then let's send. So as you can see now, we've hit the endpoint. So task created, don't worry about this. So now we've created the task. So now we actually need to have the functionality to create this task. Okay, so to do that, we're going to go into the controllers and we're going to create a new folder. Just name it task. And we're going to create a task controller, task controller.js. All right, so here we're going to create the functionality, but what we need to do first, in the models, we need to create a model for our task, how our task is going to look like, what properties it's going to have. And here, let's create a new folder. You can name this task, task or tasks. That's entirely up to you what you decide to name it. Okay, so in here, let's create a new file, task model.js, something like that. Okay, and we're going to import mongoose like so, and we're just going to say const task schema. We're going to create a new schema. Okay, new mongoose and schema. Okay, we're just creating an instance, and in here we're going to have a title of our task. So for this one, it's going to be a type of string. Type of string, title. So type of string, and we're also going to be required to true and provide a title. And then you can make this unique if you want, unique to true. And we're going to have a description, and actually it's not required. We can put the default text. So if a user doesn't specify a description, by default, it's going to have a text called no description. And we also need a due date, and default, it's going to be the current date, okay, like today's date, and status. So for status, it's going to be active or inactive. Okay, we're going to be using enum. So active or inactive, like that. So default is going to be active. Okay, and we also need completed. Completed is going to be a boolean. So default is going to be false, and we're going to have priority, and then we're going to use an enum type. So we have low, medium, or high. Okay, so the default is going to be low, and we need the user, whoever created this task. Okay, so we need to reference the user ID. So the type is going to be type of a user ID, mongoose.schema. Okay, and the reference is the user table, and it's going to be required. And we're going to activate timestamps when. So timestamps is basically saying when is this task created. So it's going to create a date when the task was created or updated. That's why we're using timestamps. And now we just need to export const task model, and then here we're just going to do mongoose.model, and we're going to create a table called task, a document. Okay, so document or table. Okay, and then we're just going to export default task model. So now we have the model and the properties of what our task is going to look like. So now we are ready to do the functionality. Let me close everything. So I'll do task controller, close others. So now let's do the actual functionality. So in here, we're going to import async handler from async, from express async handler. So by the way, so these are the packages we're using. So we have bcrypt, we're using this for passwords and stuff. Cookie parser, cause, so we don't have any issues with permissions, cause, and .env. It's going to allow us to access the env variable file, express async handler, JSON web token, Mongoose, node mailer for emails. Okay, so that's where this is coming from. So this should be async handler. Okay, like that. And here we're going to export const create task. Okay, and here we're going to wrap this function with async handler. Okay, like that. And here let's say create task, and let's go back to the routes folder for the task routes. Here, instead of doing this, let's get rid of this, and we're going to put what's the name again? Create task. So create task. So make sure you import create task. Okay, remember we're not exporting default. That's why we are using the curly braces. So now let's save. So now let's try to go back to Postman and hit send. So it seems like there's an issue. So task create. Okay, send again. Let's see why. Okay, so open this file. So there's an issue here, failed to load. Okay, so because we need to do JS here. Oops. So this should be .js, like that. Okay, let's go back to Postman. Yeah, where is Postman? Send. Okay, it's working now. So as you can see, message, create task. Sweet. So, but for us to be able to create a task, we need to be logged in. So we have a middleware called protect coming from the authentication. So if you really want to know how that works, watch the authentication video, but you can still get it if you don't want to watch the video. So we have the protect middleware. Okay, so this checks if the user is logged in. So if a user is not logged in, it's not going to create a task. Okay, so for us to import protect, we need to import protect from auth middleware. Okay, so remember this, we have this folder here if you watch the authentication video, and then we have this function called protect. So it basically checks if the user is logged in, if there's a cookie. Okay, so what we're going to do is just import this protect function. So import protect from middleware and then auth middleware.js. So now it checks if a user is logged in. So now let's send. It's okay because we are logged in. Okay, nice. So now let me show you if you don't get what I'm saying. So if I go to login, so remember register, I'll copy this login. I'll go to the body because when I here, paste, and then oops, login, and this user is logged in, so we shouldn't see any issue at all. Oops, get tasks. So this is creating a task. Okay, so we have the protect middleware. So if I do cog, I can do request. Here we can check to see if there's a user. So we can do request here, .user, and then here we can do .id, like so. So we can check to see which user is logged in, and we can send. So here's the user who's logged in. Okay, so we can see now there's a user logged in because we have the protect middleware. So we have access to the user object which is logged in. So now we need the properties for us to create a new task. So we need title, description, etc. Those are the properties that we need. So here I'm just going to destructure those properties in a try catch block. So here let's destructure and we have title, description, due date, priority. We need status, and what else do we need? So title, description. Okay, so that's what we need. So here's this stuff that we need to create a new item. And here I'm just going to check if we don't have the title. Okay, so if no title, or it's a bit awkward to do the or operator on my keyboard. And then title.trim, I'm just going to get rid of the empty spaces. Okay, so if you go on an input, if you do this, I'm just trimming the empty space. Okay, so if you don't do that, it's going to count like there's something in here. It's an empty string, but I'm just going to trim that. So that's why we're using trim, to get rid of if trim equal to this, and then we're just saying title is required. Okay, so that means you have not entered anything in the input. And we're just going to do that for description. So you can do some validation to whatever you want. You can go as much as you want. So we can check for description. Same thing for description. That's what I'm basically going to need. So title or description, that's what I'm checking for, if there's something in there. But if you leave the rest of the properties empty, there is some default text. So there's a default active and default to low. So some of these properties, they have default data already, even if you don't put something. So here, it doesn't matter here as well. It's fine. If you don't put anything, there's a default stuff that's going to be there. Okay, so now we need to create a new task. So we're going to just say const task equal to new task model. We're just going to create a new instance task model, and we're going to send whatever properties coming from the user input, all of those properties, and then we're going to save those properties in the database. So, and then the user, we're getting the user from the request object. If you remember, we did a console log to see the user ID, and then for the user, that currently logged in user, we're just sending that user ID to this user property. So whenever I create a task, it's going to have an ID of the user who created that particular task. Now we just need to save the task. Await task.save, and then here we're just going to do a response. Oops, response 200. Actually, it's 201. Okay. You don't need to do this message, by the way. You can get rid of this message. You can just do task. Okay, like that. So now let's try to create a new task. What is going on? Because we need to do a JS here. Okay, so now for us to create a new task, let's go back to Postman, body, so name, first task, and then description. I don't know if the description is required. This is a description. I think this is the only required field. So now let's hit send. Something is okay because of these spaces here. I'll get rid of these spaces and hit send now. So title is required. It should be title, no name, title, and hit send. Okay, so now as you can see, now we've created a task. So by default, it's going to have some properties. So there's the due date, which is the current date, description, the status, completed, priority, ID, and the created at and updated at stamps. Okay, so now we can create a task. We can create another one. You can name this whatever you want. Second task, and send. So now we have second task. Perfect. So the next step now is to get whatever tasks we have in our database. Okay, so export const get tasks. Okay, so this one is going to be a bit easier. Try catch. Actually, I think I missed something in the catch block. Oops, I'll close this. So the catch block in here, we can do some errors, and here I'll do COG error creating a task like that. Okay, so we need to do the same in here, error in get tasks. So here we need to get the tasks. So we can also check if we are logged in, but I don't think it's necessary to do that in the get tasks, but let's do it. Tasks, go to await task model, and then we're going to find a task. All of the tasks matches the currently logged in user. So by the way, if you want to, you can do this const user id equal to request dot user id. Okay, so here we can just do find user. We're finding tasks where the user matches the currently logged in user id. Okay, we have created the tasks. We want to get those tasks. Okay, so once we get those tasks, we just want to display those tasks. Yeah, tasks, can't say the word. So now we just need to return these tasks, but we can check if we don't have this user ID. Okay, so we can just say unauthorized, okay, or you can say user not found. Okay, and then here we just response with the status of 200 because we're getting the data. If it's okay, the status is going to be 200. And that's it for this function. We are pretty much done. Now we just need to create a route for this to get the tasks. So here, router post, actually it's get, it's a get method. So get, and we need to import get tasks. Okay, and let's go back to Postman and let's do a get request here. Get, so this should be task. What endpoint are we using here? So tasks, that's the name of the endpoint. So oops, endpoint tasks, and then it's a get request send. Okay, so as you can see now, we have a list of tasks. Okay, nice. So we have a list of tasks. We can also maybe perhaps we can also return the length of the tasks. That's entirely up to you. Okay, but let's just leave it like this. Tasks. But actually, let's do this. Let's do length, and then we're going to do tasks.length. Okay, and we're just going to do return the tasks like that. And let's go back and send. So here we have the length of the tasks. Okay, so this is going to be updated depending on how many tasks we have. So instead of finding the length using an array on the client, so it's better just to send the length from the server. So now we have that. The next one is to get a single task so we can edit that particular task. So for that, we are going to create a new function, export const get task. Okay, like this. And we're going to do try catch. Oops, try catch. So with the try catch, we're going to get the user ID from the request object, and then we're going to get the user ID. And we're going to also get a param. So for example, task, and then whatever comes here after the task, it's a param. Okay, so task, and then anything after is a param. So we want to get this param, which is going to be the task ID. Okay, so this task ID here, that's going to be the param. So we want to get a task with this ID, which is going to be the param. Okay, so the way we do params, we can get the params from, so I'm going to do const ID. So the name of the param is going to be called ID. I'll show you what this means later. and then equal to request.params, like that. Okay, so here we're just going to check if we don't have this ID, if not ID, and then we're just going to say, you can say, please provide task ID, something like that. Okay. Oops, I meant to say if there's no ID, if not ID, like this. We can, okay, nice. So now let's create the task. Const task. Here we're just going to await. We're going to do task model. We're going to find by ID. Task model dot. We're going to find by ID. Okay, we're going to find a task, a particular task, using its ID, which we're going to send through the params. And then we're going to return that task. Okay, and then here we're just going to check if this doesn't exist. Okay, and then we're just going to say task not found. Okay, perfect. So we are also going to check if the user is the owner of this particular task. Okay, so to do that, we're just going to say if task, actually we're going to say if not task. Oops, each task is going to have a user. So each task, if I go back to Postman, each task is going to have a user, this user property, which has the user ID on it. Okay, so here we're going to say if not task.user, the property. Okay, we're checking if the ID matches the currently logged in user ID. Okay, equals user ID, so the currently logged in user. So if it's not that currently logged in user, this should be task, not task. If it's not the currently logged in user, we are going to display a message saying not authorized, like that. Okay, because we're not the owner of the task. And then we're just going to return here. Okay, so here we're just checking the ID. So this is how you compare IDs. Okay, because IDs are not strings, so you can compare them like strings. So this is how we can just check the IDs. Okay, perfect. So now we can do the console here, error in getting task. Okay, so now what we can do, let's see if this is working. Actually, we need to create a route for that first. And here we're going to do router.get. So this ID is a param. It's a param code ID here. ID. You could have named this whatever you want, like whatever. Here you have to do whatever, because that's the name of the param. Okay, so make sure your param name matches whatever param name you put in here in the controller. So get task. Okay, so get task is done. So what we need to do, go back to Postman, we need to get an ID of a specific task. So this task is called first task. I'll copy its ID, which is going to be our param, /task, and then I'll paste after that. So this is ID, the param, and send. And yeah, we're getting the task. Here's the task item we're getting, because we're finding that particular task using the ID, which is this param here. Perfect. So now we can get the task. We can also now, we need to update this task. So we want to be able to edit and update. So here we're going to do export and const update task. Okay, so for us to be able to update this task, we need to, let's do try catch in here. Try catch, sweet. Now what we need to do, let's get the user ID from the request object. Okay, and we also need to use the params to do that. So const, we're going to use the ID like that. Okay, and we're going to destructure the properties that we want to edit. So const, we're getting the title, description, status. We also want to get access to completed. Okay, so we have 6 properties. You can add as many properties as you want in here. And so these properties, we want to be able to update them. Okay, so here we're just gonna do a check here. So a simple check if there's no ID. So here let's create a new task instance, const task, using the task model to await task model dot find by ID. We're finding the task, not creating an instance, but finding the task using the ID. And here we're just going to check if we don't have this task. We're just going to say task not found. And then here we're just going to do the same thing again. We're just going to use the equals method to compare the IDs that is on the user property on each individual task with the currently logged in user ID. So we're just comparing if the user owns that task. Okay. We can comment, check if the user is the owner of the task, like that. And then we're just gonna do, okay, if no task, if it doesn't match the ID of the logged in user. What is this error? If actually this should be if, not ID, but if. So we're checking if the currently logged in user ID matches the ID on the task. If it doesn't, it's not authorized, but if it does, we're just going to update. You can update the task with new data if provided, or keep the old data. So here we're just going to say task.title. So task.title. So this task we're getting, we're finding the task by ID, okay, and its title, we're going to update it to whatever title the user, okay, the user has given us this title here from the input. Okay, we're updating to that. If the user doesn't provide that a title here, we're just setting it to the same thing which it was before, task, the task.title, which is this task we're getting from the database. The previous title that was there before, we're just setting to that. Otherwise, if the user provides something, this is the input information which we're getting from the request.body, which is the input the user sends here. Okay, so the request.body is the input the user sends. So if there's something in the title, that's going to be the new title. So we're going to do the same thing for the rest of the inputs. Perfect. So now we're doing the same thing. If the user enters something, this is going to be the new data. Otherwise, keep the old data. And we just need to save whatever the user has updated, the new data. And then here we're just going to await and save the new data. Here we can just return like that. So here, let's do the console. Sweet. So now let's try to update task number 1, but we need to create a route for that. So let's do a patch request router.put or patch. Okay, so task, and then ID, the ID param, and then make sure you import this function. And let's go back to Postman. So there's an ID already here, so which is first task. Okay, so first task, if we hit patch request, if we hit a patch request, first task is going to change to second task. Okay, so hit send. Okay, so something wrong. Okay, because I put this title to be unique, so it gives an error because there's a duplicate. So because this title is unique, so we need to give it a unique title which doesn't exist here. If you want the titles to repeat, you can go back to task model. So here you can get rid of this unique here. If you want a user to reuse the same title, you can do that. But I put it unique, so now we need to use a different title. This is no longer. This is not first task, like that. And then let's send. As you can see now, the task is updated to this is not first task. Okay, so that means we can update any of the properties. I can even update the description. Okay, send. Okay, so now we can update the description of a particular task. Sweet. So now the final thing that we want to do is, let's go back. And here we just need to duplicate this, and this should be delete. And we also need a param here for that. We need an ID, a specific task using an ID. So here we can say delete task. So now for that, let's go back to here. So the delete one is going to be easy as well. So export const delete task, try catch. We're also going to find by ID. So we probably need to get the user ID and basically do the same thing. Const task, and then we're going to find by ID. Okay. And if we don't have this ID, we're just going to say task not found. If we don't have this task, I mean, you can also check for this ID, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to check if the user is the owner of the task. And then here, we're just going to check if the currently logged in user ID matches the user ID property on this task that we're finding by ID. Okay. So if we, for example, find this task, we're just comparing this ID here with the currently logged in as user ID. Okay. If it matches, and then we can do something. If it's not authorized because we're not the owner of the task. And then here, we're just going to find and delete, find by ID and delete, await task model dot find by ID and delete. Okay, like this. And then we're going to delete, and then here we're just going to return, too slow, return task deleted successfully. And then here we're just going to display the error in the console. Okay, so now we have the delete functionality. Let's go back to Postman. Okay, so for this one, we need to copy this, and we can do a delete here. Instead of patch, let's delete this is not a task. Delete. So something is wrong because we're not even using this function in our roots. So now we can import here, delete task, save, and let's go to Postman, hit delete. As you can see, task deleted successfully. So now we can even try to get all of these tasks. Get. Now we should have 1. The length is now 1. Okay. Perfect. So now we have the full functionality to create, read, update, and delete items. So now we need to move on to the front end. So before we do that, we can initialize a new repo for GitHub. Okay, and we can create a new commit, initial commit, and hit commit. And this is going to be a public. You can put yours to private, public repo. Okay, so now we're going to set up the client. So let's open up a new terminal, and I'm going to delete this folder here, and let's run npx create we're going to create a latest app, and then the name is going to be client. You can name this whatever you want. We're going to be using TypeScript and Tailwind CSS, no source directory, app router, yes. Okay, and it's going to create a new app, a new React app called client. Okay, so we can run npm run dev in here to see if it's working. We need to cd into client, and then we can run npm run dev, and we need to go to localhost 3000, and this is working. Seems like we have a new version. I've never seen this before, this page. Let's go back to client and let's go to layout. Yeah, this is definitely new. And we need to go to page, get rid of this, and we're just gonna do a div in here, get rid of the image, and we should be getting started now. Perfect. And we need to go to globals. Pretty much we need to get rid of everything in here except the tailwind imports. Sweet. So now we need to get started. So remember, we copied the starter code for the authentication for the backend. Now we need to do the same for the front end. So we need to connect the authentication for the front end and the backend. So if you want to watch the authentication video, the link will be in the description. You can, if you don't want to watch the video, you can just follow along like what we're doing right now. So now copy these folders here. So app. So actually we need to copy pretty much all of these folders here. So copy these folders and we're going to paste them into the app directory. Then actually let's open this in Explorer. Okay. And so for me, I need to paste those folders in here. So I'll copy, paste those folders in here. And I'll also paste in the rest of the files except the layout. Okay. Everything else except the layout and replace. Okay. Sweet. And now we have pretty much all of the folders. We might also need to do the same thing for the public. Okay, so public, we need some images. So if I go to app client, so we don't have the public folder here. So I'll just paste in the public folder. Oops, I need to open up app. So here I need to paste in the public folder in the client root directory and another folder called hooks context. So all of the folders that we have, so paste in. So hooks. Okay, sweet. So now what we need to do is go to install some packages. I'm going to stop from running. We need to install some packages. So we need Axios. That's one of the packages that we want. So let's do npm I Axios. We need moment for working with time, and we need react hot toast, so something like this, and then let's hit enter. Okay, so that should do it. So if we go to app, we can open up the page. Okay, so there's some random information here. I'm going to get rid of this in a minute, but let's run this npm run dev. Npm run dev. Okay, so now let's go to localhost 3000. So let's refresh this page. I just realized that I forgot to wrap our entire application with the context, because we need to go to layout. We need to wrap our entire application with the context. to make context work. So I forgot to do that in here. In the body, we also want to use toaster coming from React toast. And I want the toast to be position top center. So that's the position of the toast. And we want to get the user provider. We need to surround our entire application with the user provider like that. So now we should be able to, it should be able to work now. So let's go back to localhost login. So now, as you can see now, we have the login form and we can go to register. So we have the register page, which is giving an error. I don't know why we have this error, but we're going to fix it. Hydration error. What else do we need? So we have the user provider. That's what we want for now. Let's check out what we need. Let's go back to the server. Let me check to see server and save. Let me refresh this. Hydration. Interesting. Okay, so I think this is to do the new version that we're using, but I will find out what this is later. Now let's see if we can log in. And for the font, we also want to use a different font from the ones we have now. So this is the local font. We don't want to use the local font. We want to use Google font here. So we need to import Inter, that's the font that we want to use. So you can use any font that you want. Okay, so we are going to import Inter from Next, and we want font and then Google. And with the Inter, we'll get rid of these local fonts here. If you want to use offline fonts, that's fine. So for Inter, we are going to do equal to like that, and then we are going to put an object. We're going to have subsets, and we're just going to do Latin save. So now we have the Inter. Let's go to, I'll get rid of these classes. So here we just need to do Inter, the class name, get rid of that. So now we should be able to use the Inter font. Okay, sweet. So to see if our login is working, so let's put in the details in here. So login, copy the test mail, paste in here, go back, copy the password, paste, and login. Okay, so the login works. Okay, we can see the user information here. I'm a new user. We can verify account. We can log out. So it's working. We can, reset the user password here. Okay, we can update the user bio. Okay, update bio. As you can see, it's updating the user. Sweet. So now I'm just going to get rid of this dummy content because now we are logging in. We are now logged in. So to get rid of that dummy content, we are going to go back to the main page. I'll get rid of that. I'll just put a new empty main. So we don't want all of this in here. So I'll get rid of this. I'll just leave the redirect. Okay, so get rid of that. So sweet. So now we have the login in place. Now we just need to work on our application, and I'll come back and fix this error later. So I just realized I made a mistake here. So this toaster should be within the body. And also let's put this user provider in the body as well. Okay, let's save. So the hydration error should disappear. So now let's start by building our layout. For our layout, we're going to need a div. Okay, so here, I'm just going to create a div, and we're going to give it a class name. And then we're going to set the height to 100%. And then we're going to set this display to flex. And then overflow, we're going to set that to hidden. You're going to see what this does later in a minute. Okay, so we are going to have a sidebar here, the mini sidebar. So let's create a component for that called mini sidebar. So let's go to, I'm going to close the backend. Let's go to components, mini sidebar. You can name this whatever you want. Okay, and let's create a new component, tsx. Okay, so we should have a mini sidebar, and let's render the mini sidebar in here. mini sidebar. Okay. And we're also going to have another div. Here it's going to contain the content and the header. Okay, so we're going to do class name, and then we're going to set flex to 1 to fill the remaining space, and then display flex, and then we're going to set flex to column. Okay, so this is going to be the header and the main content. So for that, we're going to create some components. For that, we need to create a header component, a new folder, header. Okay, and you can name this whatever you want. Okay, so now we have a header component. We just need to render the header component like so. Okay, so now we have the header being rendered, and we also need the main layout. Okay, which the children is going to be. Okay, and also the children is going to be in a parent div. So I'm going to create a provider called main content. So if we go to providers, new file, actually we need a file, main content, you can just say layout.tsx. Okay, like that. Okay, so now with the main content, we're going to create a functional component, make it a main, and what we're going to do now in here, we're going to create an interface, and then the children is going to be the child node, the react.node, because we're going to wrap our not our application, a section with this main layout. Okay, and then here we're just going to pass the children. Okay, so what I'm also going to get I'm going to get the user ID from the user context. So use user context dot user dot id dot user dot id. Okay, so we're getting the user ID, the currently logged in user ID. So if we have this ID, that means we're logged in. If we don't have the ID, we're not logged in. So I'm just going to do a check. So if we're logged in, user ID, if it exists, okay, what are we going to do if we have this ID? I'm going to set a padding right, PR, to 20 rem. Okay, so if we do have the user ID, or if a user is logged in, we're setting this padding. If we don't, we're just going to set it to nothing. Okay, and I'm going to set the padding bottom to something like 1.5 rem, and I'm going to display flex, and then I'm going to set the height to 100%. Okay, so that's the layout. So now we just need to go back and wrap this with a main content layout, main content layout, like that. Main content layout. Okay, so we need to use client. It's a client component. Use client, like that. All right, so now we just need to put the content, the children. So the children, we're going to have a sidebar in here. Okay, so for the sidebar, we are going to create a provider. Oops. Sidebar provider.tsx, React functional component. Okay, so here let's render the sidebar like that. So we should be able to see the components. We have the header, we have the mini sidebar, header, and then we're missing the actual main content. So for the main content, we need the main layout. So let's create a layout, main layout. So that's the final layout that we want. Main layout.tsx. React functional component export. So the main layout, and it's going to take in children interface, children. Okay, so the main layout is going to return a div. Okay, so it's going to contain children inside, like so. Okay, so for the main layout, I'll just leave it like that, and then go back to the layout. Sidebar, it should be below. I'll do like this, main layout, like that. So the children are going to be in the main layout. Okay, so that's basically the layout that we want. So children going to be here. Okay, so now let's start with the mini sidebar, and then we can move to the header. Okay, so for that I will close others to make it more manageable, and then let's move on to the mini sidebar. Okay, so for the mini sidebar, I'm going to, let's see, we're going to have some navigations. Here I'm going to say const nav items. It's going to be an array of objects, and then each item is going to have an icon, and then we can set an icon here. I'm going to use an icon called grid. So you can get these icons from my GitHub repo. And then after that, we are going to have a title, and it's going to say all. Okay, so title, and then we're going to have a link, which is going to go to the home page. Okay, so we're going to have a total of around 4 items. I'm just going to paste in the rest of the items here, so I don't have to type this one by one. So we have icon file check, icon check. Okay, so these are the pages that we want: overdue, pending, completed. So we don't have these icons imported, so we need to import these icons from public. Okay, but let's go to public and let's create a folder and name it icons. Okay, so these icons are just SVGs. Okay, so just create a component for a specific icon. So for example, let's create a component for, I'm just thinking, icon check, icon, oops, check.tsx. But the reason I'm doing this is because the icon I was looking for was not available on FontAwesome, so I had to find elsewhere the icon that I wanted to use. So here's the icon. It's taking a prop called stroke color. Okay, by default it's set to black, but we can put a custom color. So that's what we're doing here, stroke color. We're putting a custom color. I don't know why it's there's a get color here, get stroke color. We need a function, this one. We're going to create this later, but the stroke color is going to be a color. Okay, it's going to be a color, and then I'm just going to paste in the rest of the icons. So icons, so we have icon, we have delete icon. So if you want to get started, and you can copy these icons from GitHub. These are just SVG icons. Okay, so going back, so here we just need to import these. Okay, so to import, we just hit enter and then import like this. So as you can see now, it's been imported. Okay, perfect. And we need to import this one as well. Import this one as well. Import this one as well. Okay, so now we need to create this function to get the stroke color. Okay, because we cannot directly color this, like with the class name, we need to use a stroke color. So if I go back, so here's the stroke. That's where you put the color here. Okay. So we need to create a function that's going to help us do that. Okay. So let's do const get stroke color, and it's going to take the path. Okay. So we're just going to match. If the path is home page, we're going to show the active color. If it's not, it's just going to show the default color. Okay. So here we're going to say return. We're going to say path name. We need to get the path name. Path name from, it's going to come from use path name from next navigation, like that. And then we're going to say path name. If the path name is equal to link, equal to the link, and then we are going to, display a certain color. Okay. This should be link, like that. Path name equal to link, and then we're going to display these colors here. Okay, so it's going to be this color or either this one. Okay, so get stroke color, stroke. Okay, so now the error should disappear now. For some reason there's a warning. Mini sidebar. Okay, so we should use client. Use client, it's a client component, so the error should disappear now. Perfect. So now we don't have the error. Now we need to show the logo image. So I'm going to use my own logo, my personal logo. You can use any logos that you want for your logo. So I'll just paste in my logo in here in the public folder. Perfect. Now let's move down. I will collapse this to make this more readable. Okay, so remember the parent of this is a display flex. I'm going to set the basis, flex basis, the size for this to 5 rem, and we're going to display flex, and I'm going to give it a background of hash F9. Okay, so that's the background color. Okay, so now save. So there's something, but you're not going to be able to see. Okay, so that's the flex basis. I'm going to get rid of this. Okay, so now what we want a div. So this div is going to be the image, which we're going to give it a height of 5 rem. Okay, 5 rem, and we're going to display flex and center everything, and then we're going to import an image from Next. Okay, and it's gonna come from the public folder, so we don't need to include the public folder here. So the logo, there it is, it's loading. Okay, so but I'm going to reduce the size to 28, so something like that. Okay, so size 28. Okay, so let's see, inspect, body, height full. Something weird is happening because it's not taking all of its height, which is weird. Let me double check. Layout, height full. Okay. Oh, get rid of these children, by the way. Okay. Let's check something in the globals. So in the globals, we need to set the body. So the body, we're gonna set the background color to hash F9, and we're going to give it a height of 100 VH. I think by default the body is relative, but I'm just gonna put relative here. Okay, so yeah, seems to be working now. So let's see if let's put a different background color for the mini sidebar. Okay, so here you can put red 500 just to check if it's working. So there it is, it's working fine. Okay, perfect. I'll bring it back. So now we should be, let's keep going. So we've done the image. Let's see if we need any styles. We don't need styles for this one for now. Let's do another div here. So we're going to display the content here. Okay, so the navigation icons. Okay, so for that we are going to give it a class name, and then I'm going to set a margin top of 8, and then I'm going to set the flex to 1 to take the remaining space, because we are displaying flex here, the image and the content here. And I'm also going to flex everything in there and make sure everything is centered. Okay, like this. So I'll just put a different background color for you to see. Okay, so everything is going to be centered here. That's why we're justifying center. And we're going to do everything in an ordered list, which is going to have a flex and a gap of 10. And then we're going to do nav items, and then we're going to map through those nav items. Okay, and we're going to return a link coming from next link, and then we're going to route to excuse me, item.link excuse me, item.link, item.link, it's not remembering. And then actually we need an li here before we li, and we need to give it a key because it's a list index, so that's our key. Okay, so let's save like that, key. So now we have a list which have a key of index, and let's give it a class name. So the class name, I'm just going to set it to relative, and then group, because we're going to do a have effect. Okay, group, and then here we display the link. Okay, like that. So the link, we're just going to show the icon, item.icon. Okay, so we should be able to see, oh never mind, we need to put an href to this link. Href, we should use item.link, so we should be able to see a list of icons. There they are. Okay, when I click, they are navigating to those pages. Okay, as you can see now. Nice. So let's keep going. So we also need to hover, when we hover, to show like a triangle, which is going to show like a tooltip, okay, of whatever we are hovering. So to do that, we're going to create a span. Maybe we can say hover effect. Hover tooltip. You can name this whatever you want, to be fair. So here we're going to do span. So for this one, it's going to have a position of absolute, and then I'm going to translate. Okay, so I'm going to center this. Okay, so I position absolute top 50%. I want it to be centered according to this icon, to whatever icon it is. So it's going to be like centered here halfway. Okay, so top 50%, translate y minus 50% to make it centered, and left I'm going to give it a bit of a gap, which is like 2 rem. Text is going to be small, extra small. Pointer events none. So when I hover, I don't want it to have any pointer events. Text white, and then this is the background color. On dark mode, we're not going to do dark mode. And then padding X, which is 2, padding Y, rounded, and then shadow, opacity. And then when I hover, so remember the group hover, the parent, it is a group. So when I hover any of these list item, it's going to have a opacity of 100. It starts opacity of 0. When I hover, the opacity is going to go to 100, and then give it a transition of 300 milliseconds for the opacity. Okay, so now let's save. So we should be able to see something. There's something there, as you can see now. So, but we want to put the text in here, which is the item.title. So, however, as you can see now, it's showing. Sweet. So now what we want to do, we want to put like a triangle which is pointing towards the icon here. So I'm going to add a class name here, utility triangle. Okay, triangle. Okay, so it's easier to do these styles in normal CSS. Okay, so you can comment here utilities. Okay, like that. So for the utility triangle, we're going to start with it's going to have a position, content. Let's do content. Okay, we need to do a pseudo element here. We can do a before. Okay, so position, we're going to set that to absolute, and top 50%. Width and height, we're going to set that to 0 because we're going to use border. And then we're just going to set the borders, border top 5 pixels, solid transparent, and then for the bottom the same, border right, and to create that effect here. Okay, so as you can see now, the little triangle is there, but we need to center this, so we need to translate that y minus 50%, and it's going to be nicely centered. Perfect. So that's that. Let's move back to the mini sidebar, and we also want to do a nuclear option to delete all of the tasks. So to do that, so I'm going to create another button here, div, and then let's do class name mb margin bottom. I'm going to set that to 1.5 rem, and let's do a button. So we're going to have icon delete all. So that's the name of the icon. And then for the color, I'm going to give it this danger color here. Okay, so I'm going to give the button width and height as well because I want it to be rounded, and put rounded to full, padding 2, display flex, and center everything. Okay, perfect. So we should be able to see the button, but it's there because it's red, but we cannot see it. Okay, so margin bottom seems to be not working properly, so it should be like oops, margin bottom, where's the P? Okay, like that. So as it's there, the button is there, but it's similar to this color here, so we won't be able to see that. I think that's pretty much it for the mini navigation. I'm just thinking what to work on next. Let's work on let's work on the header. Okay, so it makes more sense to go to the header now, and then we'll come back and get rid of this color here. Actually, let's get rid of it now. So if you remember, so it's hash. Maybe you probably didn't change yours. F9. Okay, like that. Okay. Oh, seems like there's something wrong with this color here. Go back to nav items. So here, okay, yeah, the stroke color. We need to do the same thing. Okay, but this is the home page, so it should be active at the home page. Okay, perfect. We still don't have these pages yet, but we're getting there. Let's work on the header. So for the header, mini sidebar, I'll close this. I'll close the styles. All right, so let's give it a header. Oops. Class name. So for the header, I'm going to give it a padding and a flex and center. Okay, so width 400%, flex item center justify between. Okay, so justify between. So some items will be at the end, some will be at the start. Okay, so that's why we're using justify between. We don't need the dark mode. Okay, that's it for the header. So now we need to create a div. So this div is going to contain like the title. So we're going to have an h1, and then so this h1 we're going to say something like we need to wave. So we'll use any emoji that you want to use. Okay, so like a wave emoji, and then we're going to do span. Oops. Span, and then we're gonna change the row to img, which is image. Okay, label, we're just gonna set this to wave. Okay, like that. So this should be inside the span here, this emoji. Okay, so we also want to get the user ID. When I check if the user is logged in, use client. It's a client component. We want to check if the user is logged in. I'm just double checking if I'm recording. Okay, so const user ID, go to use user context. I'm gonna dot user dot ID. So we're getting the user ID. Use client. So we're getting the user ID. So we want to display the text conditionally. We're gonna check user ID. So if a user is logged in, okay, let's do a template literal. If a user is logged in, I'm gonna do welcome. Let's do a comma here, and then we're gonna do name, which we don't have yet. Can't even spell name, so we need to get name. So what we want to do now, let's do this. Let's get the user object. Okay, instead of doing this, and then we can destructure const user name, and then like that. Okay, perfect. So it seems like there's an issue here. So name. Okay, so hello, welcome, name. Otherwise, we are going to show something different. Okay, otherwise we're just gonna say welcome to the name of the app, whatever you named it, task fire, like that. Okay, so seems like we're not logged in. I think we are logged in. I don't know why it's showing this. So user ID, welcome name. Let me refresh this. Are we actually logged in? Oops. Application. There's a token here. So if user ID, let's see what this user ID is. Okay, console. So user. Okay, so there's the user object. It's a user. Oh, this should be ID like this. Okay. Okay, so now as you can see now, it's saying welcome William Slater, or whatever that name is. Okay, sweet. So the next step now is to do like saying a paragraph below here saying you've got this many tasks left. Okay, but let's start with this h1 first. We're going to do text LG, and then we're going to do font medium. Okay, and after that we're going to do a p tag, class name text sm, and then we're going to do the same thing. We're going to check user ID. Okay, if we have user ID, I'm going to do a fragment here. So for this one, I'm going to say you have okay, I'm going to put a space, you have, and then I'm going to do a span. Okay, this is fixed for now, but we're going to change this later, this number, and then active tasks. Okay, like that. Okay, and here we're just gonna say sign in or register. Please log in or register to view your tasks. Okay, so here it's going to say you have 5 active we need to do the same here, so we can give it a space. Why is it removing it? Okay, let's use an entity then. Oops. Okay, like that. But I think the spaces, how many spaces are these? Okay, perfect. So let's give this a class name. So this one, I'm going to give it a font of bold and this color here. Okay, so you have 5 active tasks. So that's for the header. After that, we're going to create some buttons. Let's have a div here, and I'm going to give it a height of 50 pixels. 50 pixels for the height, and then we're going to have a button. This should be create a new task, like that. And for the class, for the styles, I'm going to give it a rounded of 50 pixels, rounded 50 pixels, and the color, this color here we've been using, and then some padding, and then the text to white. So when I hover, I want this color to be blue, and give it a bit of a transition. So when I hover, it's going to be this blue color here, hover, text to white, and a transition is in. Okay, you can do is in, out, like that, depending on whatever transition you want to use. And then here's our button. When you hover, as you can see now, it looks great. Perfect. So that's the button. We are going to have 3 more buttons there. Okay, and you can tidy this up a bit, like that. Okay, we're going to have a div, and it's going to have flex, and then it's going to have a gap of 4, and then here we're just going to have a bunch of links. So make sure you import link from next link, and then we're going to give it an href, which I'm going to give my GitHub link, like that, and then close it. And then here I'm just going to use the GitHub icon, GitHub. So by the way, we need to configure Font Awesome so we can use the icons from Font Awesome. So I will just do a head here, So let's go to Font Awesome CDN. We're looking for a CDN. I will copy this first link here, copy that, and then paste, and capital letter O for origin, and capital letter P, and then let's save that. And we need to go to utils. Do we have that folder or we don't? Seems like we don't. So in the client, let's create a new folder, utils, and then here we're going to icons.tsx, export const github equal to. So let's go back to Font Awesome. Let's search for GitHub. Okay, and go to free, copy this GitHub icon here, and this should be class name, save. So GitHub. So now we should be able to import the icon. So make sure you export, don't export as default, because we're going to do multiple icons in this file. All right, so go back, there's the icon there. So perfect. When I click, I'm going to go to this name of the repo. Okay, when I click this link, let's do the styles. For the styles, I'm just going to give it a purple color. Okay, and display flex everything, and height and width to 40 pixels, and make it rounded full. Okay, and give it a border 2 pixels, and this is the color. Save. So there it is. I'm going to duplicate this 3 more times. Actually 2 more times. 1, 2. So we should have 3 icons here, but we're going to use quite a few icons. So you can search on Font Awesome what icons you want to use, and then put them in the icons file. I'm just going to paste in the rest of the icons here. Okay, so now we have the icons. So put whatever icons you want to use in here, and then you can just simply use them as this. I believe this one is profile, and then this one is going to be moon for the theme. So these are not doing anything for now, so I'm just going to leave these links as they are. Okay, so but we should have different icons. As you can see, there they are. Okay, that's pretty much it for the header. We just need to now work on the main content. All right, so now for that, we have created the main layout, which we need to. So here we have the main content, which we've done. So now we need to go to the main layout. Okay, so for the main layout, we class name is to flex. Okay, so we're going to display flex that. Let's give it a class name because we want to main layout. We want to get rid of the scroll bar, so let's give it a class name. We can do that in CSS. Okay, so flex one, it's a flex item, so we're going to fill in the remaining space, and then I'm going to paste in the color. So the border, we're going to give it a border bottom. Actually, no, I'm going to get rid of the dark mode. So dark mode, because we're not using dark mode. Okay, so we're going to have a border of 2, and then the color of the border is going to be white. Okay, and then we are going to I don't know why there's a border bottom here, set to 0, but I'll get rid of this border bottom here. But rounded is 1.5 rem, and then overflow to auto. Save. So there is the main content, as you can see now. There it is. But we need to make it rounded, which it is not rounded at the moment. 1.5 rem. Don't know why it's not rounded. So save. That's odd. Rounded. Let's do rounded 8. Let's see if it's doing anything. Okay, seems like it's not doing anything. So let's inspect here. Flex 1, border width. Seems like it's not applying. Okay, I think I might know why. Let's go to Tailwind config. If we go to Tailwind config, we want to check if it's able to know where some of these some of the files that contains Tailwind CSS are. So let's include the providers folder here. Providers. And we probably want to include maybe public if we do some styles within our SVG. Okay, so now let's save. Okay, so still nothing. So border, that's weird. Let me refresh this page. If you run dev, main layout, rounded. Very, very odd. Now let me get rid of it again. So it seems like everything else is working except let me try to set this to red 500. Okay, everything else is working. Rounded 4. Okay, so now it's working again now. Okay, perfect. I guess we needed to restart the project. Okay, so there it is. So there's our main content now. Okay, so sidebar, seems like this is taking a lot of space, which is odd. So 20 RAM for the padding right. Okay, 20 RAM. Okay, so I know why. So we need to work on the sidebar provider now. So sidebar provider, we need to style this. Okay, so let's do class name. Let's start with, actually here we just need to return a fragment, and then we need to create a component called sidebar. Okay, and this sidebar, tsx react functional component export. All right, so in here we're also going to use client, and we need to get the user ID to see if your user is logged in. Use user context dot user. Okay, like that. So we're getting the user ID. So here we're just gonna render this sidebar if a user is logged in. Okay, so if user ID if users logged in, we're just going to render the sidebar like that. Okay, that's it. That's all we need in here. So, and then we need to go back to where are we using that again? So with the sidebar provider, which we have the sidebar, so we should see a sidebar now. There it is. Okay, perfect. But I still think it's taking a lot of space. Okay, so now we need to set the sidebar position to fixed. If I go to the sidebar provider, open up the sidebar, class name, and then we're going to set this to fixed because we want the sidebar to stay at the same position. Okay, so now it moves here. So what we're going to do, we're going to position it to the right side. So to do that, we're going to set right to 0, and then we're going to set top to 0. Okay, so we should have it at the top here, but I also want to make sure it starts somewhere around here. Okay, before we do that, I'll give this width and height. Actually, not width and height, but width. Yeah, actually, yeah, width and height. So width is 20 rem for the sidebar. Okay, and the height is going to be 100% minus 5 rem. Okay, because there's a margin top of 5 rem. Margin top of 5 rem, we're reducing that margin because if we don't subtract that 5 rem margin, it's going to overflow. So we want to subtract that, so it make it smaller. So that's what we're doing, 100% minus 5 rem. Okay, perfect. So now we have that. I'm just going to do a display flex and set it to column and give it a background color like that. So BG F9 F9 F9. So something like that. Okay, so the sidebar, there it is. Let's work on the sidebar now actually. So for the sidebar, let's start with the profile, which is going to be in a container. For that, let's do profile component. Actually, I think it's cleaner if we use a profile as a separate component. Okay, so profile, we can create a component here called profile. It's going to be a TSX use client, and then it's going to be a functional component, and then we just need to render that profile in here. Let's go ahead and work on that profile for a minute. Okay, so in here in the profile, we're going to get const. We're going to get the user from use user context. We're going to get the user object. So now with the user object, we need to, actually that's what we want for now. And then we're going to class name empty, let's just set it to 6. Okay, we are going to have a div here. So div, we're going to style this div. It's going to have a lot of styles, so that's where the image is going to be. Okay, so for this one, let's do class name. I'm going to give it a padding, display flex. Okay, so padding and display flex. So padding, px2 and then py4. Okay, that's padding top and bottom. And then I'm going to give it some borders. So on hover, I'm going to set to this color here. Okay, so the profile when I hover is going to be this dark color when we hover. Okay, on hover it's going to be that color, and then transition. They have a transition and then a border too. Okay. The border is going to start at transparent, and then when I hover, it's going to set that to 2. Okay. And then hover, the border is going to be white. We don't need the dark mode. Okay. So there it is. Perfect. Actually, instead of MT here, it's M6. So around. So we want margin around. See, there's margin around this. All right. We're going to have an image. Clean this up. Okay. So here. So let's do a div for this. And let's get image from next image. Image. And then we're going to do user photo. User.photo. Okay, so that's the image, and we're gonna set this to 70, and then rounded, it's gonna be 100%. It's gonna be nicely rounded. Okay, so we need to go to Tailwind. Actually, not Tailwind config. I think it's next config. So in the next config, we need to configure the domains wherever you're getting the images from. In this case, I'm using GitHub. So in here, I'm going to do images. Okay, images, and then domains. So the domains, I'm just gonna put wherever your images are coming from, put the domains. In this case, I'm using GitHub. Okay, so now let's refresh this. Okay, so there's the image. So when I hover, it's there. Sweet. So now I just need to add the name of the person who's logged in. So go back. Let's do a div. Okay, so here we're going to have an h1, and then I'm going to have a span saying hello. Okay, so I'm going to display flex this, flex, and then flex column, and then text is going to be extra large. Text XL. Oh my days, XL, like that. So there's the name, but we also want to flex this, which it's not working. Oh, it is working, but the name is too long. That's why. Let me inspect. Actually, it should work. Display, flex. Let's see. Okay, it's not working. We're missing a flex somewhere. This one and this one. Class name. Oh, actually, this one should be outside of this. Okay. So get rid of this. Okay, so there it is. So now it's looking better. Sweet. So now we need to do some stats here showing how many tasks we have. So to do that, I am going to collapse. Let's collapse this one, collapse this. Let's create another div. So for this one, I'm going to give it empty 6, margin top 6. Okay, let's do a class name, and then we're going to do flex and then a gap of 8. And then we're going to have a p tag. We're going to have a p tag. So a p tag, here we're just going to show how many tasks we have. And it's going to have a title called total tasks. Okay, so we should be able to see total tasks, and there's a span which shows the number of the tasks, and then it shows this little bar here. Okay, so the first one is the bar, which has a background of purple around it of 5 pixels, and a top 50%, left one pixel, and the width of this and the height of 70%, and it's going to be centered with this number. Okay, so since we're doing a display flex like this, we're going to also put this in a container actually, because we need to make a grid of these items. I'll cut this, I'll do a div, and then I'll do a class name, and then we're going to do grid columns 2. We're going to have 2 columns, and then gap of 4. So what we need to do is duplicate this a few times, so we will have like these items here, and then you just need to change the text and put different colors on these bars. Okay, but I'm just going to paste in the rest. I could have put this in a, to make it more efficient, I could have put this in an array and then just map through this, or you can do that if you want to. Okay, so we have tasks, and then we're going to have another tag. I'm just going to get rid of this. So this one is going to have a different color, but it's the same concept here, different color. You can put as many as you want. Okay, I'll get rid of okay, so just random numbers, different colors, random numbers. Okay, so that's this stats. So there's a gap. You can increase the gap if you want. Maybe instead of this should be gap, by the way. So gap, yeah, there's the gap is way bigger now. Okay, perfect. So now the next thing that we want, I'm going to collapse this. Okay, so after you collapse them, let's do h3 activity, so something like that. Let's do class name empty8. Okay, and we're going to do font, medium, something like that. Okay, so the next thing, we want to do some statistics here. So we are in the profile. I will close the profile. We are going to go back to the sidebar component. Let's do a div, and let's give it a class name. Let's do empty 4 mx6. Here we need to do a chart. So we're going to create a component. I'm going to name it radio chart, like that. TSX. Okay, and we need to render that within the sidebar. Radio chart. Okay, so now we have that. What we're going to do is go to Chartien. We need to look for that chart. Go to charts. Can't remember what it is, but it's somewhere. Can't remember what chart I've used, but you can pretty much use any chart you see here. I think it's this one here. So I'll copy, go to view code, view. You can just copy this code here. Okay, go to radio, and then what we need to do is change the name. Radio chart. We can just export this as default. Like so. Okay, so now what we need to do is install this chart, the dependencies. Okay, so we're going to need Lucid React, recharts. Okay, and let's do that. PMI. Okay, so we are going to need, actually there's a easier way to do this. So if you, I believe, charts, click documentation, add chart. Can't remember the exact command for that. Wait. Can't remember. There should be a command somewhere. Okay, go back to the documentation. npm, copy this. This is for the chart. Installation. Next.js. Just give me a moment, I'll be back. Okay, go to charts, documentation. We need to add a chart. So copy this. Let's add that. Let's click yes. Okay, it's taking its time. Let's click yes, and let's do zinc CSS variable for theming. Let's do yes. Okay, so let's check if it messed up our globals. Okay, so there's some variables down here. Okay, nice. So the error should disappear now. The errors. So now let's try to run this. By the way, you can make commits here after you finish a specific feature. So now let's refresh this. Seems like there's okay. Perfect. So there it is. So there's the chart. Now it's showing. So we can do fit chart and sidebar, something like that. You can put whatever you want here. Okay, and save the changes. Sweet. So we just need to style this, the radio chart. To style that, I'm just going to change this to completed with different colors. Okay, you can leave the current text here. You can leave it, or you can change it to a different text. I'm just changing the colors here. Okay, perfect. So we have that. You can delete this chart data. Here you can put your own stats. Okay, so instead of total visitors, you can put your own stuff here. I'll put const total. I'm gonna say tasks total. I'm just gonna put like a random number here, 100, 1000. Doesn't matter. Okay, and we are going to need chart data. For that, I'm just going to create an object which is going to have pending, and we're going to also have completed. Okay, so that's the chart data. Perfect. So for this one, we have the card. We are going to give it a display flex, which is already there, flex column, and we're going to give it a border 2, border white, shadow to none, and then this background color here. There's an issue because we need to fix something down here. Total visitors doesn't exist, so we need to change that to tasks total, like that. And then here we're just going to say tasks like that. Okay, and we need to save that. So down here we need to say believe pending, and then we have completed. Okay, and let's save that. Okay, so we have it's the other way around, isn't it? So we have completed, and then we have pending. Okay, so something like that. Okay, perfect. So now we just need to also change the text here, the title. So for that, let's navigate up to all the way up to the header, and then I'm just going to change the title and the description. So this is the description I gave it. Description, and we also want to change the footer here, the footer text. So for the footer text, we have, I will add another text. This is the text for the footer. Okay, and here I'm just gonna put some other text. You can put any text you want here, and it's gonna show. So this is a fixed number, so you can probably work around how to do something with it. Okay, perfect. So that should be our card. Now we need to do the button for the signing out of a user. So to make a user sign out, we need to go back to the main sidebar, and let's create a button. And then we're just gonna say sign out, like that. And we're just gonna, so I want it to be at the bottom, so I'm going to give it a margin of auto. So margin top, I'm gonna set it to auto. Class name empty, auto. So it should be all the way at the bottom here, but we need to give it a padding bottom or margin bottom of 6, which is 1.5 rem. So MB 6, so it's going to be like that. So as you can see now, the spacing. So now I need to give it padding and some color, background color. So the danger color, and then when we hover, we're going to give this background color and the transition, a duration of 200 milliseconds. Okay, this is the background color and the text of white. So there's our button. So there's something wrong with the padding. So px, that's let's do px. Actually, we're missing px. Let's set that to 8, and then we're missing mx. We should set that to 6. So that's margin left and right, so spacing around. Okay, so perfect, it looks good. So now we have this, we have pretty much everything for the sidebar. Now we just need to create these pages. We're not going to do anything with them, we just need to create the components. Okay, the components for the pages. So let's commit this, sidebar complete. All right, so I'm going to save and sync the changes. Sweet. So now let's create the pages. So we have completed. It shouldn't be in the components, by the way. It should be in the root directory, in the root app directory, in the app folder. And then we're going to have a page.tsx. Oops. And so if I go to completed, you should see page. So we're routing to that page. Okay. So the next one, overdue page.tsx. Okay. And what else do we have? So we have pending. By the way, you can create a 404 page. So as you can see here, there's this issue here. You can create a custom 404 page so you don't see this issue. Okay. So now for pending, we need to do the same. I can copy this. Let's do pending. And let's do page.tsx. Okay, and we're going to save. Okay, so the pages should be working. Oh, seems like this pending is not working. Okay, that's odd. So I'm going to refresh this. Completed. Now it's working. Sweet. So now we can route to the pages. Okay, so now let's start fetching our data. So to do that, I'm just going to close everything here. And I'll close everything. Let's look for user provider. We need to do the same. We need to create task context JS. So we're going to fetch all of our data. It's going to be in this context here for tasks. So we're going to const task context is going to create context. We actually also need to import create context from React. Okay, so we need to import create context from React. We probably need to also import React itself. Import React like that. So we have tasks. Let's name it tasks context. Okay. So we're going to do export const tasks provider task provider equal to This should be function. It's going to take in children. Then here we're going to export const use tasks. So that's the hook. Okay, so here we're in the hook, we're just going to return the use context. Okay, return react.use context, which is this context here. Okay, we're going to send all of our data within this context. So to access that, we're going to use this hook to access the data, like the data that we fetched from our API. Okay, like the same thing we're doing for the user data, we're doing the same thing for the tasks. So, and we need to go back in here, and then here we're just going to return tasks context.provider. So here we're just going to dispatch the values, which is the tasks. Okay, not the the tasks we've fetched from the database. Okay, so now save, and here we can create some state. You can create any state that you want here. So const, we can create, for example, we're going to need tasks state. Okay, so here we can, whatever data we have in this array, we can dispatch that data in here. Okay, so for example, I'll just put an object saying like that. So that's a sample. So we need to go back to user provider. We need to import tasks provider like that, and then we need to wrap our application like that, and we need to import from task context. Okay, so we need to be able to access this data. Let's go in the main page. Let's see if we can get some tasks. Okay, from use tasks, and then let's console log to see if our data is showing in the console. So we should see an array here. So that means our data is being dispatched correctly. So I will get rid of this, and I will also get rid of this dummy data, and we should have this array. So we also want a loading state, and we want a task state, and then set task. Okay, so by default I can set this to an empty object here, like so. So that's the task state. That's what we want for now. We're going to add more states later on. Okay, so let's start by fetching the data. Okay, so let's do a server URL const server URL. I think we're 8000. That's the server URL. Okay, so let's get tasks. Let's comment this, or get tasks, not export. So we're going to do const get tasks. It's going to be an async function. We're going to be using Axios to fetch the data. Okay, so here you can set the loading state if you want. Set loading to true, and then we're going to set the loading to false after. So here we're doing we're not using fetch, so we're going to do Axios const response. We're going to do await Axios, okay, dot get. So the endpoint is tasks, if I remember correctly, and then we're going to use the server URL as the base URL, and then actually the base URL, it has API v1 like this. Okay, and then slash tasks. Okay, so this is the base URL, and here we should get rid of this, and then let's do set response to response.data, the tasks. Okay, so for that we want to get these tasks whenever the ID changes or whenever the user logs in. So we're going to use a use effect. So whenever users logged in, we want to fetch these tasks. Okay, and user ID. So here we're going to get tasks. So where's this user ID coming from? We need to get it. Const user ID equal to use user context, like that. We're getting the user ID. So save. So we should be able to see something. So go to the developer tools, task provider. There's something. We have a task here in the tasks. Okay, we have fetched all of our tasks. Currently we only have one task. Okay, that's the name of the task. So it's working. Perfect. So we can get the tasks. What we also want to do, go back. We need to get an individual task. Get task. So we're going to create a function similar to that of get tasks. Actually, we need to do an error here. We can error getting tasks, like that. Okay, so now we need to do the same for get task. Const get task. So get task, like this. So set task response.data when we get a specific task. So we need to pass in an ID. So what we can do is inspect and copy the ID of the item that we have currently. So we're looking for task provider. So as you can see, the state is empty for task, it's empty. So I'll get an ID for this item here, copy. So let's try to get, let's go into the use effect on initial render, get task, and then here we just pass in that ID, and we should be able to see task provider. So the state is empty for some reason. Why is it empty? So get task. It's not showing any errors. So refresh here. So okay, so error. So our endpoint must be wrong. So tasks. Let's check our endpoint. I can't remember the name of the endpoint. So go to backend, routes. What's going on? I don't know why. Oh, it should be, get rid of this folder, by the way. Everything should be in the source, routes, and then tasks. So here we're looking for getting in a task. So task, it should be task, not tasks. So task. So we should be able to see something if I'm correct. If I go to task provider, so there's nothing yet. So refresh this. Task provider. Yep, now there's something. So now we're fetching a single task. So it's working. We're fetching a single task. That's good. So now we need to create a task. Okay, so for us to create a task, we need to pass in a task. So we're going to do create task async. So we need to pass in task in here, and then the endpoint is going to be create. Okay, so here server URL, the endpoint is create, and the method is post. Okay, but what I'm going to do, I'm just going to save this in a response. Okay, and we are going to set tasks. Set tasks. I'm going to get the previous data. Okay, so the previous tasks that we have, and then I'm going to add the new task that we have added. Okay, I'm just adding the new task that is coming in, from the user. Okay, so getting the previous data. So this is spread operator. It's making a copy, getting the previous data, and then adding the new data. Okay, like that. We don't need this. Okay, so that's for the create task. Here we just pass in an object, and then that object is gonna get sent to the server like that. Okay, perfect. So now for us to be able to see if this is working, what we can do, let's do create task in here. We need the user ID. You know what, it's a lot of hassle, it's gonna waste time, but yeah, if it's not working, we'll come back to visit this, but it's definitely working. So with create task, we need a way to update the task. So we need to do const update task. So the update is going to take in the task that need to be updated task. Okay, and we're going to do a patch request. Okay, like that. So we're going to do set loading to true. We're going to do try catch. So here we're going to save the response, and then here is going to be a patch request, and this is going to be, we're going to send in the task ID. Okay, so the ID of a task, that's what we're sending in. Okay, so that ID of that task, we're updating the properties. Any property of the task object is updated, is going to update. So we're not updating only one property, so that's why we're sending the whole object here. So this is going to be an object of task, and then we're updating those properties. So here what we're going to do, it's remembering what I was doing here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to say const new tasks. Okay, so here I'm going to map all of the tasks that we have. So tasks.map. Okay, I'm just going to name this task. You can name this whatever you want. Okay, and then we're going to return in here. So we're going to check the task.id. Okay, so we're checking, this task ID. This task ID, okay, if it matches the ID that is being returned from this response here, from response.data.id, okay, to data.id. So if it matches, we're just gonna put the data. Otherwise, we're just gonna return the old task. Okay, perfect. And then here we're just going to set that set tasks to the new task. So I'll just put a comment here. I'll say update the task, something like that. Okay, so now we should be able to update. We need to delete task. So we need the ID of the task that we want to delete. So here we probably don't want to set loading, but it's fine. So here we're just going to do the same thing. Okay, so await axios delete server URL task ID. Okay, and we are also going to filter. Okay, so we're going to say new task. We're going to filter and remove a task from an array because we want the state to update. We want the state to update in real time. That's why we're doing this. So once we delete something, the state is going to update, and it's going to update the state array, which is going to update in real time. That's what we're doing here as well on the update. So we are updating everything in real time. That's why we're doing this. So our state updates in real time. So we don't have to refresh, okay? Because every time this updates, it's going to do a re-render and it's going to show the data in real time. So now we are filtering. We're just filtering the tasks, the current tasks we have. If the ID, if it doesn't match the ID that we pass in here, okay, and then we're going to set that into the tasks. Okay, so now we have the delete. I was thinking of deleting everything. So this button here, it's a nuclear option to delete everything. Probably I'll see if I have enough time at the end. I'll put like a model. You click and then there's going to be like a model that shows like, oh, do you want to delete everything? And then you click yes. But for now, I'm just going to leave delete all. So now I'm just going to save. So I'm just going to dispatch all of our functions. So we have loading, we have task, we have get tasks, update tasks, and then we have delete task, like that. So that's our functions. That's what we have for now. So now let's start with the home page. So the home page is just a page. So this page here, that's the home page. Okay, so we have this redirect login. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to make some changes in this redirect login. So I'm going to get rid of user login status. Okay, and just gonna get rid of this, everything here. I'm gonna use a different method to check if a user is logged in. Okay, so here I'm just going to get rid of this. So what I want, I want the router. I also want to get the user. Okay, use user context. Okay, so for this one, do this. So use effect, redirect user. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm just gonna check if not user, if we don't have the user, if it's not logged in, or there is no user dot email, like that. And then we're just going to router dot push redirect the URL that you pass in this use redirect. I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, and I'll comment, watch for changes to user, to the user, and redirect and router. Okay, so we have router. We need to put the user in the dependency array as well, and redirect, like that. Okay, so that's redirect sorted. I'm gonna get rid of that. So perfect. So let's go back to the home now. So what we need to get is tasks. Okay, equal to use tasks, like so. Perfect. So now what we want to do is display those tasks. So class name, I'm going to set height to 6, actually no, M6, and then I'm going to set the height to full. Okay, and there's going to be a div which is going to show it the title. Okay, so div title, put it in there. As you can see now, there's the title that says our tasks. So we probably want to get rid of this scroll bar. So if you remember, we have a class name that we've created. I can't remember the name of the class name, but it should be, I think it's main layout. So go back to the globals. Oh my, I'll cut this, I'll put this all the way to the end, at the end here at the bottom. So, okay, you probably need to cut this layer base. I'll cut this, I'll put it at the top somewhere. Okay. Oh, there's another base here. I think this one we don't need. Get rid of that. Okay. So what we need, I'll do it after this one here. I'll do dot main layout, and then I will do WebKit. I'm going to get rid of WebKit scroll bar. I'm going to get rid of the scroll bar. I'm just going to set the width to 0, like that. So the scroll bar should disappear. All right, so now there's no more scroll bar. Let's go back to page. So we have these filters that we're going to have here on this right side. So for the filters, we're going to have a component for that. So I will create a component, filters. Okay, I'd rather create components as we go. TSX. Okay, sweet. So for filters, we are going to have priority of the filters. So we're going to do interface props. So we're going to have two properties. We're going to have priority state and set priority. Okay. So the function set priority is going to return void. And so here we are going to go back to the task. We need to create a priority context. Const. We're going to do priority, and then set priority. We're going to set that to O by default. So by default, it's going to show everything. And then when you filter, when you click other buttons, it's going to show those other buttons. Okay, I'll just put in small letters like this. Okay, so now we also want to dispatch that. I will collapse this to make it easier to scroll down. I will dispatch priority and set priority. Okay, so now we're dispatching that. Let's go back to the filters. So in the filters, I'm going to destructure const priority and use tasks. And then we have set. Actually, we don't need these props here. So we just need priority and set priority. Okay, sweet. And I'm going to create a variable for all of the priorities. Const priorities. It's going to be an array with 4 items. Okay, so we have all, low, and high. And here, let's do class name. I'm going to give it a position of relative because I'm going to position absolute something inside. So, and a grid, because we have 4 items, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's why we're doing 4 columns, and item center, and a gap of 3, and a background, and a border. Okay, so we need to render that in the page. In here, we're going to render filters. Okay, so render that component, and we also want to do a justify content. So flex and justify between. So here, justify between. So this one's going to be here, this one's going to be here. So here, that's the filters. We're going to have buttons. We're going to click to filter. Okay, so if we go back to the filters, okay, I'll get rid of the text. So we're going to have a span in here. So we're going to position absolute the span because it's going to move across. We're going to translate the movement of that span. Okay, but before we do that, let's just map through the priorities. Okay, so we're mapping through these priorities and we have these buttons here. Okay, but I will get rid of these styles. Okay, I will put my own styles. So go back to the class name, get rid of this. Okay, so for the styles, I'll get rid of this. Okay, but we need to return a list of buttons for sure. And then each button, I'm going to set the position to relative. And then I'm going to set the font to medium. Okay, so I also want to check if the button that I click on is active or not. So I'm going to create a state active index. It's going to start as 0. So we're mapping, we're also getting the index. Okay, so the priority, we're getting the index. So we're checking whatever button we click matches the current index. Okay, so to do that, we're going to say active index if it matches the current index. Okay, what are we going to do? I'm just going to set the text to a different color. Okay, equal to active index. Okay, I'll do a question mark and then I'll set the text to different colors. Okay, like that. Okay, there's nothing yet, there's no on click, because on click we want to do the state. Okay, so when I click, I'll get rid of this. I'll do set index to the current index that we click on. Okay, and then we're going to do set priority to priority dot to lowercase, actually to lowercase priority, actually priority. Okay, I'll copy this name so it makes more sense. Okay, save. Where's the P? So this should be priority, should be this one. Okay, what's going on with this redirection? Why did we go back to the login page? We are logged in. I don't know why it's going back to the login page. Okay, I'll remove this. Let's read login. So test mail, test pass, login. Okay, switch. So now we are logged in. Okay, so it shouldn't bother us. Okay, still redirecting us to the login page, which is weird. So when I refresh, it's redirecting to the login page because the state, there's a bit of a delay for the state to populate. So when I refresh, as you can see, there's a flash before the state updates, and then that's why it's routing us to the login page. So what we can do is we can persist the user to the local storage, but I don't think I have enough time to do that. But let's go to the login page. So login page. Okay, so here in the login page, we're going to do something. So if we're logged in, it's going to route us back to the home page. Okay, so normally you won't be able to see anything happening. Okay, so as long as we're logged in, you won't be able to see anything happening. So let's get the user object. Use user context like that. Okay, so we also want to get router to use router. Actually, this is coming from navigation, next navigation, and this should be a client component. Use client. Okay, so here we're just going to redirect the user if we're logged in. So we're going to use a use effect here. Okay, so we're going to check for the user and router changes. So here we're just going to check if user and user dot id. Okay, and we're going to push to the home page if we're logged in. Okay, so we can comment this, redirect to the home page if users already logged in, and then I'm just gonna say return no or a loading screen, a loading spinner indicator, I don't know, indicator, and then we're just gonna say if user and user ID, and then we're just going to return no, like that. Okay, so save. Okay, so as you can see now, so if the state takes ages to populate, it will route us to the login, but as soon as it does populate, you won't be able to go to the login page. Or alternatively, you can persist the user onto the local storage so that it's always there instead of waiting for the state to populate. Okay, so let's finish styling this filters. So it's working, but this should be a grid if we remember correctly. So filters, I will close others. Okay, so this should be to lowercase, by the way, not to lowercase local, but lowercase. So lowercase, so grid columns for relative. Let's see why it's like this. Okay, so I know why it's like this, because there's a span here. So if you remember, there's a span which needs styling, so we need to style that span. But let's finish styling this up. Okay, so here we have the priority. Actually, now let's style the span. So let's give it a class name. So for the class name, I'm going to position absolute this, and I will give it a transition. So left, I'm going to set it to manners, actually to 5 pixels. I'm going to leave 5 pixels of space to the left side, and rounded it's going to be medium, and give it a transition. So save. So it should be there, but we don't see it yet. Okay, but it's there. That's all you need to know. Okay, so that's its absolute position. So we're going to style this and transition this. So we are going to transition style. So we are going to give it a width. So the width, we're going to do calc. We're going to do 100% divided by 4, because there's 4 items here, 4 items. Okay, divided by 4. The span is there, but the width is big, so we're going to divide that by 4. Divided by 4 because we have 4 elements, and we're going to also subtract 10 pixels, 5 pixels for each side, because we're leaving a space of 5 pixels. Remember, left 5 pixels, so 5 pixels on the left, and then 5 pixels on the right. So that's why we are doing 10 pixels total. So 5 times 2 is 10. Okay, perfect. So that's that. And we need to do height. We need to do something similar. So we're going to do calc, and we're going to do 100% minus 10 pixels, because we want to leave 5 pixels at the top and 5 pixels at the bottom. Okay, and then top, we're going to set that to 50%. We're going to center this using a translate. Okay, transform, and we're going to translate. So we are going to do a transition. I'm going to use a custom transition here. I'm going to transition the transform, and then I'm going to use a cubic Bezier. I don't know how to pronounce this. Bezier or Bezier. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that's what we're going to be using. And that's that. So when I click the button, it's going to change the index, right? So when I click, so I want to move this. Okay. So whenever I click the button, I want it to go to the current index. We're going to transform that. Okay. So the way we're transforming it is, remember we have active index. So it's the initial active index is 0. So if I check, we are in the filters. Where's filters? Filters. If I check, so the current state that I've clicked on is 1. If I click, that's 2. Okay. So we're going to multiply this number here, the active number. So it's on 0 right now. And then we're going to multiply by 2. That would be like 100%. That would be, so the width is 100%, right? So we want to transform this 100% away from the current position. So 100% away from this. Okay, multiply by 1 is 100, or multiply by 2, it's going to be 200%. Okay, so we're going to multiply 100% with the currently clicked button. Okay, so what we're going to do, go back to transform. So here we're going to do a template literal. Okay, so we're going to translate. Oops. Translate. So here we're going to take in, we're going to do calc active index. Okay, active index, we're going to multiply that. So multiply by 100%. Okay, so the current active index, so I'm going to multiply that by 100%, like that. So save. So as you can see now, it's working, but there seems to be like a glitch. Okay, perfect. We need to fix that by doing, so we have this calc function. Okay, and we definitely need 100%. We're going to add, so we're going to add the active index. Active index multiply by 10, and then it's going to be 10 pixels. Okay, so the current active index, if it's 2 multiplied by 10, that'll be 20 pixels. We're adding that to the element. Okay, and then we're going to translate minus 50% for y. Instead of doing like this, I'll just do like this. Okay, so save that. Okay, so nothing happens. So let me double check. Okay, so we need a comma here. So transform, so we have the x and then the y. Okay, so y is minus 50, it's going to be centered, which it doesn't do anything yet. Okay, there's an extra, nothing happens. So calc, it's not easy to get to wrap your head around. Active index multiplied by 10. Minus 50%. Okay, so this should work. Oh, this should be translate, not x. So I was making a mistake. It should be translate because it takes the X and then the Y value. Okay, so save. So now it's working. It's translating on the X. So on the Y, it's centered -50%. Okay, so we're calculating active index multiplied by 100%. Okay, and it's going to translate that a certain percentage away. So if it's 1, it's going to translate to 100%. If it's 2, it's going to be translated to 200%. It's going to be 200% away from this, okay, from the start. That's what's going on. And then the currently active index, we're also multiplying that by 10 and add the values, the value that we got that from into pixels. So active index, if it's 2 times 10, we're going to get 20 pixels, something like that. And then we're adding those pixels here, okay? So yeah, that's basically it for the filter button. Now, we need to go back to the home page, and let's create a new div here. So for this one, let's see. Let's give it a class name. For this one, I'm going to give it a padding bottom, and I'm going to give it a grid because I'm going to display a grid. Okay, so padding bottom 2 rem, margin top 6 rem, grid, and then the columns, I'm just going to autofill the minimum width of each grid item is going to be 300 pixels, and then 1FR, fill in the remaining space, and then the gap is going to be 1.5 rem. And now we just need to map through those tasks. Okay, so we are going to do that. Here we're going to display the tasks, and we're going to map those tasks, and then here we're just going to return a task item, which we don't have. We need to create that component. So in the app, task item, copy that, and I'm going to create a component .csx react functional component export. Okay, so task item, import that. So now that should work. Okay, so task, we need to create a type. So inside utils, you can create types .ts. So here we can say, what can we name this? Let's name it task interface. So this is we're modeling the task. So we're just putting the properties the task should have. So it should have an ID, type of string, and it should have a title, type of string, and it's also have a boolean code completed, due date, priority, created at, and updated at. And then we're going to export type task. So here we just do task like this. All right, so there's another issue here. Tasks is not a function. Okay, seems like tasks like that. All right, so another issue, tasks is not a function. Okay, that's weird. Tasks page, use tasks. Okay, let's see. Okay, so tasks, we're going to do dot tasks, actually tasks dot task or like this actually, tasks.tasks. Let's see what we have in the console. I will just get rid of this for now. Okay, so now we should have an array like that. So we're getting tasks.tasks because there's length as well. Okay, so there's length in the tasks. So and then we have the tasks, the array. Okay, so go back, and then here we just do the tasks like so. So now let's refresh. We should see task item, which is not working, which is weird. Let's give this a key of index, I for index. Okay, so let's see why this is not working. Really weird. And let's do the same here. Okay, so now index, type of number. Okay, so type of number for the index, and we need to do the task item. Okay, let's go into the component interface. So we're going to do the props. So for that, we're going to we're doing this, we need task, and then we're going to get the task. Okay, the type, and then task like that. Sweet. So in here, we're going to have a class name, and I'm just going to put some styles like shadow, rounded LG, border white. So we have a border of 2 pixels, and then a height of 16 rem, padding X, and flex column. Okay, so there's our item here with the height, fixed height, and the shadow small like that. Okay, perfect. And at the top, I'm going to have a title and the description. Okay, so the title is going to be in H4, which is going to be task dot. It's going to be the title, and then we're going to do the same thing for the description, which is a p tag, and we need a div after that, and then we're going to set margin top to auto, which is going to put the content at the bottom. So it's going to automatically leave space at the top and put the content at the bottom here. Okay, so class name, set margin auto, flex, display flex, and then justify between, and we're centering the items. Okay, and I'm going to sort out a p tag. This one is going to have we're going to display a created at. Okay, created at like this, but we need to format this time, so we don't like this one because it's not readable. So we want time that is readable. So we're going to create a function to help us with that. So I'm going to create a new file, utilities, like that, and then we're going to install moment. I'm sure it's installed already, so you can check your package.json. Moment is installed, yep. And then here we're going to import moment like that, so it's going to help us deal with time. Okay, so the function that we want is called format time. Export const format time, and then it's going to take in the time. Okay, so you can put created at or time here, or created at, so you know what you're doing. So here we are just going to get the current time, const now equal to moment, so that's the current time, const created. I'm just going to say moment, and then I'm going to put the date, whatever date we pass in here. So I'm going to check if the item is created today. If the task is created today, I'm going to say if created it is same now day, and then I'm just going to return today. Okay, so the text is going to be today. If it was created yesterday, it's going to be, the text is going to be yesterday. So it's today, right now, today, and then minus, we're going to subtract 1 day, which is yesterday. Okay, so we're going to subtract days, so 1 day, and otherwise we are just going to, let's say, check if the task, check if created within the last 7 days, and then this one we're going to do is after, and then subtract, we're going to do 6 days, and then here we're just going to say from now. Okay, so if that's the case, let's do, you can put 1 week here, by the way, but let's do let's do, I mean, you can do this week or 1 week ago, I don't know, it's up to you. And then here we're just gonna return month. Let's do month, let's do day, actually, day, month, and year. That's the format that we want. Okay, let's do one more. So if created, oops, if created, that is after subtract, let's do 3, let's do weeks, weeks, okay, like that, and then we're going to do week, okay. What we can do, let's do created, let's do from now, oops, dot from now, let's do the same here. Okay, this one is check if item is created within the last 4 weeks, like that. So now we should be able to have format time. We should format our time. So here we should be able to say format time, like that, and then we should be able to format this time, and let's do that. So I will get rid of this p tag, and we're going to have a priority as well. So the priority is going to have a color, a unique color. So what we can do is, I'm going to const get priority color, and then we're going to run a switch to see what color it is. Switch to see what priority it is. So case low, and then we're going to return green 500, case medium, yellow 500, it's remembering what I was doing, and then red 500, and then default, we're just going to do red 500, like that. Okay, so that's the priority color, so it should work now. So there it is. So the priority is low when you created the task, and it's created 3 days ago. Okay, why is it showing? That's weird. Oh, okay. So yeah, 3 days ago, That's when it was created. So now we have that. Let's do another div after this. So let's do div. So we're going to display flex item center gap 2. So I'm going to put some buttons. Okay, so button. This one is going to be an icon of star. So this is going to show if it's completed or not. Okay, and I'm going to get a class name, which is going to be template literal. We're basically going to check if the task is completed or not. Okay, so we're going to say task dot completed. If it's completed, I'm going to give it a yellow. Or not, I'm going to give it 400. Okay, so it's not completed. If it's completed, it will have a yellow color. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to have another button, which is going to be edit. I'll get rid of these functions, we'll do them later. And then it has this color here. Okay, and make sure you input the icons, and we're going to have a button for deleting, and the icon we're using is called trash. So there they are. You can increase these sizes of these buttons, by the way, if you want. Okay, well, that's what I'm going to do actually. So here, item center, so buttons, gap 2. So I'll cut this and put them in a container, and that container I'm going to display flex that container. I'll display flex and gap 2. So this flex is not necessary. Okay, like that. So we have the buttons. They look really good. You can increase the gap if you want. So if you don't like 2, you can put it to 4. So there'll be, more space out. I think I'll leave it at, let's do 3. All right, so that's the icons. And that's pretty much it for the item. Now we just need to do the functionality. I don't know why this keeps happening. I don't know why there's 2 items. But yeah, I'll take a break and I'll come back. We'll do the functionality of adding. All right, so now let's do the functionality to add a task. So when we click here, add task, we want to open a model. So for that, let's go to page. Okay, so after the tasks, I'm going to create a button after this, button like that. So I'm going to give it a height. Yeah, I'm going to give it a height, same height for the task item, which is 16 rem. Class name, I'll give it a height. I'll give it a height and text to large, font medium, text gray, and a border of dashed and border size to 2, and save. So there it is. There's the button. Now we want to add a hover effect when I hover. So I'll go to the next line and add the hover effect. Like that. So when we hover, I want the background color to be 300, BG gray 300, and the border to none. Get rid of the border and the transition. Okay, and save. So there it is. So now we just need to add a text in there that says add new task, like that. So we should be able to see a text. Okay, perfect. So for us, we need when we click this, we want to open a model, and let's go and create a new component. Okay, code model. Oops, where's the component? model. Create new component, tsx. It's going to be a client component. Can be spell client. Okay, so now we need to render this model. So for us to be able to render this model, we need somewhere to render this model. Okay, so we need to go to main layout, and we can render this model here like that. Okay, so we should be able to see a model somewhere, but I don't see it. So I don't see it. We need to style it first. So let's do class name. So for this styles, I'm going to give it a position of fixed, and I'm going to position fixed, left 0, top 0, z-index 50, height and width to 4, and a background of this color with an opacity of 30%. And I'm going to set the overflow to hidden. So this is the model, this is the content. Okay, so when I click this, anything other than the model content is going to close the model. Okay, so for the content, it's going to have a form, which is also going to have styles, and I'm going to give it a padding and a max width of 520 pixels. Okay, so padding 520, width 100%, display flex and flex column. Everything is going to go in a column, and the background is white, and position I'm going to set to absolute, top and left 50%, and translate x and y minus 50%, because I want it to be centered at this at the center of the screen. Okay, and give it a rounded to large, and then shadow to medium. Okay, perfect. So now with that, we need to create some inputs. So we're going to have a div, and then it's going to have a display flex and a gap of 1, because we're going to have a label and an input. Okay, so for label, the first one is going to be the title of the item that we want to add, and then we're going to have an input like that, self-closing input. So class name, this is the class name, placeholder, task title, there it is, like this. Okay, so that's the input. So now what we want to do, actually there's we need only one label. Okay, so now what we want to do, HTML for title. So name should be title. Yep, let's give it an ID of title. So the ID is title. That means when I click the label, it's going to activate the input. Okay, so we want to give it a value. So the value is going to be task to a title. So we probably not task item, but just task. We need to get task. Task should come from the state. Okay, so we need to do const task use tasks. Okay, like that. So task to a title. Okay, so there's nothing. Okay, because we're going to use the same model for editing and creating a task. Okay, so you're going to see nothing at the moment. We need to do the handle change. When we change the input, we want to put that input somewhere and then submit that input to the backend. Okay, so what we need to do now, I will open up, I will close the rest of the stuff here. Main layout, I will leave it open, filters, close. Okay, so I'll go to the task context. So we need to do the input, right? So we need to create a function to handle this. So this is going to be more of a general function to handle the input. We're not going to create a fixed function for every single input that we have. Okay, so we are going to create that function here, const handle input. Okay, and we're going to take in the name of the input. For example, the name is name, or the name is email, the name of the input, and we're also going to take in the event. Okay, the event object, and then we're going to check if, so we're going to check if the name of the input is set tasks. Okay, set task. Okay, let's do set task. Okay, if it's like that, we're going to set the task object to set task to the event object. Okay, so if name equal to task, we're going to set it to the event object like that. Okay, and then else we're going to set task. We're going to get the previous details. Okay, perfect. So here we're getting the previous details, and then the name of the input, whatever that input it is, the target value, which is e event object e.target.value, whatever input it is, we're setting the value from the event object, whatever we're typing in the input. That's the event.target.value, like that. And we're going to send handle input. So we should be able to have access to this function now in here, like that. All right, so well, what I want to do, we're going to run a use effect, but we're going to do that later. Let's just focus on doing the handle change, handle input, and then we need to pass in the name. So the name of this input is name, is the title name. Okay, so we need to pass in the name, which is title, and then we need to pass in also the event object. Okay, so we need to make sure this is a callback function, so we can pass in the event like that. Okay, so now we should be able to save that in some kind of state. So let's inspect here, components, task provider. So now let's try to type something. Okay, and as you can see now, title. So that's the title, the name of the input is title. Okay, there's something on the title, so we need to do the same. We need to duplicate this multiple times for other inputs. Okay, so the other input that we have is description. Okay, so we have description, so just change the name to description. So we should have another input here that says description. So this is the text area, by the way. The description is a text area. Okay, and we have another div. This is an option. So priority, it's a select option. So there is a select, medium, high, and low. Okay, we can select the priority. All right, so, and also we have another div, which is going to be the due date. This type is date, and then the name is due date, and then handle input is due date. So make sure the name and the handle input name matches. Okay, so the name should match here. Okay, so we should have a due date. So when I change the task, we should see due date here, and then the description. Okay, so that this information is being saved in the state. Okay, so here we can select the priority. Okay, perfect. So we have that. So we need to do the same for another one, which is task completed. So for task completed, I have a wrapper div, and then a label that says task completed, and then another div, which has completed, and then select, which has two options, value, false and true. Okay, so yes or no. So here are the options, yes or no. Okay, so completed, true or false. Perfect. So we have the option. So the styles, it's the same styles, just 5 between, and same background color, and rounded MD and a border. They're all using the same styles. Okay, and finally, what we want to show is the button. So we're going to either show create task, or we're going to show a button that says edit task. Okay, depending on whether we're editing or creating a task. Okay, so to do that, after this, I'm going to create a div, and let's do a class name. So for this class name, I'm going to give a margin top to 8. So I want a bit of a spacing. Okay, for that, in here, I'm going to have a button, and let's do create task. Okay, create task. So for that, let's do type. For this one, let's leave the type you can leave the type to button or submit, because we're going to do the function, the submit function on the form itself. Okay, let's just put it to submit. Create task. Okay, by the way, we're going to change this later, but now I'm just going to leave it like this. So we're going to start this button later once we've done the closing of this model. Okay, for now we just need to focus on creating a task. Okay, so now what we want to do is create a task. So for that, we're going to do on submit. Okay, if you remember, we are checking if the handle input is set task. Okay, if name is set task, so that's what we're doing here, set task. So we need to do a use effect here, use effect. Okay, so here we're going to do active task. So this is what we're going to do when we edit a task. Okay, but let's leave it empty. Now let's just focus on doing the handle submit. Const handle submit, like that. And we're going to do E to prevent default, so the form doesn't refresh when we submit. Okay, and we are going to create a task, and then we're going to populate that data in the create task. Let's see, create task. So the data is saved in the task here. So copy task. So we need to get task as well. So task is already here. Okay. And what we need to do, create task. That's the name, create task. So make sure you import create task. And then here, we're going to do create task. Okay. So save. And we need to add the task object. Okay, so the task object is the one that we are updating when we're putting some input here. Okay, so it's the task object. All right, so handle submit. So now we should do on submit. Okay, on submit, and then it's going to handle submit. Now let's try to add something. Let's do hello. Let's leave it as it is and then create task. So let's see what error we're getting. Okay, seems like we don't have any error. Let's refresh this. It's actually creating. There's the data there. It's created the data, but we need a way to show that we have created a task. So for us to show that, we are going to use toast. Okay, so how do we do toast? Where's create task? So create task. Toast react hot toast. Task created successfully. Okay, and let's hit create task. Nothing happens. And let's see if I refresh. Okay, create task. Okay, for some reason the message is not showing. Okay, so previous tasks and then response to data. Oh, wait a minute, let's see. Response to data. Create task. Actually, I'll leave this. Create task, update. Let me see. Okay, get tasks. Let's see, get tasks. Okay, that's weird. Let me see the console. Oops, console log. Response to data. Create task. Okay, so error creating task. Tasks is not iterable. But it's being added there. Okay. Let me try again. Okay. Error creating tasks. Line 52. Okay. That's weird. Because I'm setting tasks. Okay. Oh, I think I know why. Tasks. It should be. Let me see. Now I'm getting confused because of the length. So let me see what tasks is. Okay, so tasks. Okay, so it's tasks.tasks. Okay. So I'm getting confused now because I put the length. So it's an object. So it's not iterable because it's an object. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, so tasks.tasks. So something like that. So let's me find and trace. Task. Response to data. Okay, get task. Get tasks. Response to data. I think dot tasks. Let me COG this again to see what we have. So tasks. Okay, yeah. I need to do dot tasks like this. Let's see. Okay, yep. So here we need to do dot tasks if we're getting a list of tasks. Okay. Getting a list, but here we're getting a single item. So we're not including the length. We don't need to do that. So creating a task here, we're setting was we're doing the list, so we need to do dot tasks. Okay, so update set task, go to tasks. This is really bad naming. Tasks dot tasks, really bad. Okay, and really terrible naming. I should have thought about that. Okay, so now let's see if we have any issues. So let's try again, refresh. Oh, the tasks have disappeared. Get tasks, response, data. Okay, so I don't need to do dot tasks here because I was doing dot tasks here. Okay, I guess the best way is to do it here in the get, so I don't have to do it here as well. So I don't have to do it here. I can only do it once. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, so now let's refresh and now let's try to add. It's gone again. Find it really weird why it's not working. COG response .data.tasks. Yep, it's correct. Yeah. .data.tasks. COG tasks. Yeah, there they are. For some reason, I don't see the tasks here being displayed. I think it's because if I go to page, I'm doing tasks .map. I'm doing .tasks here. Okay, so we need to get rid of this. Okay, so it should work now. Now let's refresh. Perfect. And let's try to add something here. And let's create. So as you can see, task added successfully. It's working. Let's do it again. Okay, it's working. So it's doing it in real time now. Perfect. But we need to close this model. So for us to be able to close this model, we need a way to close this. Let's create a state model. Okay, so we need to go to main layout. So this is where we are rendering the model in the main layout. So for us to be able to open the model, I need to check if we're editing. Okay, so we need to create a state called is editing. So here I'm going to surround this with curly braces. I'm going to check is editing. So if it's editing, so that means the model is open. If it's editing, that's when we want to render this model. Okay, so we need to do const is editing. It's going to come from use tasks. Okay, is editing like that. So the model should be away now. And let's create that state. Okay, and let's go here. Okay, so we have task. It's going to be false on initially false. So it's editing, and then set is editing, and we need to send those down here. Is editing and set is editing. Okay, so we still have an issue because we need to use client like that. Okay, now it's disappeared, but when I click, I want it to open. So for that, we're going to create a function up here. I'm going to say const open model. So this is for adding a task. For add model, open model for add. You can name it whatever you want. Okay, and I'm going to set editing to true. Set editing to true. Okay, and we're also going to reset the task. So for this, I'm going to click here and send it through. So for the model, we also need to do another thing. We're going to check if we're editing. So we're going to do the same thing, but we're going to check if we're in edit mode. You know, if we're actually editing the task. So for edit, all right. So here we're going to set editing to true as well. Okay, and then we're going to give it task in here. So when I click the active task, that's what we're passing here. Okay, it's the active task. So I want to create another state, const. I want to name it maybe active task. Okay, and when I'm editing, I'm going to set the edit whatever I click on, the data I'm going to put in this state called active task. Okay, and so what I'm going to also do is I'm going to create another state to keep track to see which model I've opened on the website. So we need a state to keep track like which model is open. Okay, so for that, I'm going to create a state called const model mode. Okay, so I'm going to do an empty string. Okay, model mode. So when I open the add, I want to we're going to set the model mode to add, and then here we're going to set it to edit. Okay, so add and edit. Okay, perfect. So we are also going to do the model for profile. Const, we're going to do profile model false, and then the const open profile model. So here we are just setting the state to true. Okay, and we need to dispatch those functions down here. All right, perfect. So now let's do the click functionality. So where can I click? And let's do page. Let's destructure open model for add. So here we should be able to open the model for add. Okay, so now let's click. Nothing happens. Click, nothing happens, which is odd. Okay, open model for add. So is the name correct? Okay, nothing happens. Click, nothing. So is editing. is let's check to see if the state is working. So components, task provider. So let's click. Nothing happens. There's no any state that is changing here. Click. Okay, nothing in the console. Click. Okay, so there's it's not working. Open model for add, set editing. Oh, so this should be true, by the way. Editing to true. Okay, so it's editing false, so it should be true. Okay, so when we're editing, the model should be true. Okay, so now let's try again. Okay, so now as you can see, it's opening. Excuse me. It's opening. Now we cannot close it, but it's opening. Okay, there it is. So we need a way to close it when we click anywhere on the screen that is not this form here. As long as we click somewhere, we can close it. So how do we do that? So to be able to do that, we're going to create something to detect whether we created off screen. So in the hooks, I'm just going to say use detect outside.tsx, like that. Okay, let's save. So what functionality are we going to do in here? Well, let's see. Use detect outside. So in here, let's I'm just checking. Use detect outside. Okay, so in here we can do a use effect. Okay, so this use effect, we are going to take in some parameters. So we are going to take in the ref of the object that we want to not click. So if I click on this one, we don't want to trigger the state. Okay, so to do that, we need to put ref here, and we also want to do a callback function. Okay, so the return type is going to be void for this callback function, like that. Okay, callback function. Use detect outside, which likes return annotation. Wait a minute. So let me do an interface here. So we need a ref, which is a ref object, and we need a callback, which returns void, like that. And let's destructure those properties here. All right, perfect. So for the use effect, we are going to create a function. In the use effect, I'm going to do handle or handler to detect outside clicks. Okay, clicks outside the ref. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, it's going to take in a mouse event, and we're going to check if ref.current, the current ref.current, okay, and we're going to see if the ref not current, if the item that we click on is not, if the item that we click on is not the current item that is referenced, which is this form here. Okay, if it's not that, you know what, I'm just going to put it to any, so there's no type checking here. So if it's not the current item, if it's not this one, if I click anywhere, if it's, as long as it's not this one, we're going to do something, okay, which is a callback. This callback here, we're going to pass that, which is going to be a state. Okay, so let's save that, and then we're going to do an event listener, add event listener. So we're going to do document, and then add event listener, mouse down, and then handle, click outside, and then we're going to do a cleanup, and then return a function here, and we're going to do document dot remove event listener, handle outside, click, and then the dependencies on ref and the callback. Okay, and we're just going to return a ref. All right, perfect. So let's see. Okay, that's what we need actually. So save. So for us to be able to click outside, we need to, do something. Okay, so let's go to model. So up here, we need to create a ref. Okay, so ref, and we need to put that ref onto the form. Okay, onto the form. So when we click anywhere else, we close, because otherwise, if we put it on the parent, it's going to, pretty much close when we click anywhere. So the ref is this form here. When you click it, nothing happens. Okay. Oops. Why is this? Is there an error? I'll just ref. I'll just leave this. Okay. So now, what we need to do is to use the detect outside click on the model. So to do that, we're going to do use detect outside click, and then we're going to pass in the ref and the callback function. So in the callback function, we're going to check if we're editing, is editing, So if we're editing, we're going to do if is editing. Oops, I'm lost here. Okay, so we're going to check if is editing. If is editing, we're going to close the model. Close model. Okay, like that. So we need to create that. Close model. Okay, so let's copy close model. Go back. So here, let's create const close model. So here, what we're going to do is just set editing to false. Okay, set editing to false. We're going to set profile mode. So, set model mode to an empty string, and then set active task to null, and then set task to an empty object. So I'm basically resetting everything when I close the model. Okay. So let's pass the close model here. Perfect. So the callback function, if we're not editing, we're going to call this function, which is going to close the model. Okay. Perfect. And now let's just save. we should be able to close the model now. Open, close. As long as we're not clicking this item, we can close the model. All right. So now we need to check. Now that we have editing, we need to be able to check. So the button, we want to render this button conditionally, whether we're editing or we're not editing. Okay. So I will put some comments then here. I'll say it's up to you, whatever you put as comments. All right. And then close the model if we're in edit mode, something like that. And then we have the use effect. We're going to populate the state with the active task when editing is true. So when I click, I want to, to put the data of whatever I click on, item I click on, into the active task. Okay. So use effect, we're going to check if let's do model mode. We need to get model mode. So we get that if it's equal to edit, we're going to do something, and then we're going to do and active task, okay, and active task, we're going to handle input, and then target. Actually, let's do set task, the name, and then we're going to pass in the event as the active task. Okay, like that. Okay, so now we need to do the model mode and then active task. Okay, because we want to change between edit and add. Okay, save that. So going back to the handle submit. So here we're going to do a check as well. We're going to check if model mode equal to edit, and then we're going to create task. Okay. Actually, if it's edit, we need to update task, and then we're going to do else if equal to add, we're going to create task. Okay, so create task, we're going to do task in here, and then otherwise we're just gonna close the model, close model. Okay, so here I'm going to get rid of create task. I need update task. So I don't think we've done that function yet. Update task. Okay, so it's a conditional function. It's either we update or we are going to create a task like that. Perfect. And then we're going to handle submit down here. All right, so we actually need to do active task, and then we do the update task. Okay, so let's go to task context, and then let's do actually let's search for active task. Okay, so we've done the active task already. Actually, get task. So where's get task? Set task. Okay, so we done set task. We actually need to set active task. Okay, set active task. Actually no, just set task. active task is going to do when we click on the button. Okay, so now we actually, let's do, we have the update task actually already, so I'll copy this, and then yeah, we're already importing update task. So now let's, moment for truth, let's go down here and do the conditional render of the button. Okay, I'm going to do class name, we're going to use a template literal. Okay, so model mode, if it's equal to edit, and we're going to show a background color of BG blue 400, like that. Okay, so it's green because it's create, but if it's edit, when I click here, it's going to be blue. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing for this one. So we have add task. So if it's edit, this one, otherwise it's going to be the other one. Okay, so when I click create task, yep, that's it, it's working. So I just need to add some styles for this one. So styles is going to have text white and a bit of a padding, like that. Okay, and give it a bit of a hover effect if you want to. Okay, so hover like that. Okay, so let's see, create. Okay, perfect. So let's do the edit. When I click one of the buttons, we should be able to edit. So we need to do that inside the task item. Yeah, so when I click this, we should be able to work around editing the task. So let's go to task item. Where's task item? Can't find that component. Oh, I think I've created that component. It should be in the components folder. Move. Yep. Let's see if it's gonna cause any issues if we need to update the imports. Okay, never mind. I think that was automatic. All right. So there we are. Okay. Let's import. I'll collapse this. Okay, so here we need get task. We also need open model for edit, use tasks. Okay, I think that's what we need for now. We also need delete task model mode. Okay, let's keep that for now. Perfect. Let's start with edit. Edit. This one click. Okay, so here we're going to callback function. So here we're going to pass in the task in the open model for edit, and then here task ID get task. We're going to get the task using the ID. Okay, so if you remember, when I go back, the active task, so open for edit, the open for edit, so the active, actually no, the task is going to go to the task that I pass in here. So I'm gonna get, so the data in the task Okay, I'm sending the data here, the data, that data here. I'm going to set task to that data when I click edit. Okay, and then that data is going to be the active data. Okay, so open model for edit. So instead of this should be edit set task. I'll get rid of this. This should be set active task. Okay, set active task, like that. Okay, so we edit, so save, and fail to compile. There's no such item. Okay, I believe it's in page. What? Okay, open up, click edit. Okay, so now it says create task, but it's opening, but it says create task instead of edit. Okay, but it's populating the data though. So click, as you can see, it's populating the data. I found the issue. I just realized I had not dispatched model mode. For some reason, I wasn't getting an error, so I didn't know if I was not dispatching it or not. So now we just need to send that through. So now when I refresh, we should be able to work. So if I go to TaskItem, I mean task provider. So when I click add task, it should say add here because we're adding a task. If I click edit, it should say edit now. As you can see now, it says update task. So let's try to update to see if it's working. Let's yes, update. Okay, it seems to be working because we have updated this task here, as you can see now. Let's try the title. Okay, and update task. As you can see, it's updating in real time. So what we want to do now is to kind of show a message that we have, updated this task. Okay, so update task. So we've set tasks. Let's do toast the success. Task updated successfully. Edit. Let's set it to medium. Update, as you can see now, the priority is set to medium. That's great. It's working as we want. So now, I think the next section would be to work on, I'm wondering if we should do the filtering first, and then we'll do the stats here. Okay, I think let's start with the stats to show the real-time data. So we need to go to sidebar. Where's this sidebar? Okay, I will close others. Actually, I'll just close everything else except for the context. Okay, so actually I've closed the context, but it's fine. So we have the button. So let's open the chart. So in the chart, we are going to start with, so we have pending, and we also have completed. We need to import. What do we need to import here? Let's import tasks, and let's do const tasks. Okay, and we need completed tasks, and we also need active tasks. Okay, so we don't have these some of these yet, but we need to create those. So let's go to context. So context, we are looking for completed tasks. Okay, so for that we need to filter let's do it after the handle input. Let's say get completed tasks. Okay, so we're going to do const completed tasks. We're going to filter tasks are filter each individual task. Task.completed. We're going to return the tasks that are not completed. Okay, like this. So each individual task that is not completed, which is false, which is a falsy, we want to return those tasks. Actually, the ones that are completed, we just need to do like this. And then the ones which are not completed, we need to do const active tasks. We just need to do like this, the ones which are not completed, okay? The opposite. So we are filtering all of the tasks, each individual task. It has a property called completed, the one which is not completed, which is a falsy, this one, and then the ones which are completed, which is a true, this one, completed tasks. Okay, so now let's send those properties down here. Open profile model. Okay, we also need active tasks completed and just active and completed. Yep, perfect. So here now we got the data to work with, and I am just going total tasks. I'm just going to do tasks.length, which is the length of the total tasks. Okay, so pending. So here I'm going to do active tasks.length, and then here we're going to do for the completed, I want to do completed tasks.length. So it should represent the accurate data now. Okay, so completed is one task here that is completed. Okay, so these red ones are not completed, so we need to also show this the stats here. So we are done with this card component, and let's go to profile. So if we go to profile, what we need, okay, so let's get the tasks. Okay, so const, we also tasks. Okay, we got to use tasks like that. All right, so let's open up. So activity, so down here pretty much. Okay, total tasks, we're going to do tasks.length. All right, so we want to get the ones that are not completed. Can't remember the name. Active tasks, I believe that's the name of the uncompleted tasks. So in progress, I believe that's active tasks. Yeah, dot length, like that. So in progress, that's 4. So the rest only one is completed. So completed tasks. Let's pass that in. We have open tasks. Can't remember what this was about. Tasks. Task.length minus active minus completed. I don't know what this does. 0 tasks. I'll just open tasks. I'll just put the not completed tasks, which is active task.length. And finally, we have the completed, which is completed tasks.length, like that. Okay, so now we have accurate representation of the data. I can delete, and these values are going to update in real time. Okay, when I sign out, this should be able to also sign out, but I have not added the functionality yet, but we're going to add that later. Okay, so we have that. Now let's work on filtering this data here. So we have the filters. We need to go to the filters component. Okay, so we have priority, set the index. Okay, so when I click, we want to filter. So button, priority. So we're rendering the filters. Where are we rendering them? Page. Okay, so in the page, that's where we are rendering those filters. So probably let's do the filtering in here. Okay, depending on priority. Okay, so we are going to filter based on priority, because this one, if I click on this button, it's changing the priority to whatever button I click on. So we're going to filter the items based on that priority. So I am going to create a new function in the utilities. So we're going to filter based on priority. Export const filtered tasks. So apparently it's actually remembering what I was doing earlier. Task. So tasks is going to be an array. Okay, an array of task type. Okay, and it's going to take the priority like that. Okay, and we are just going to do a switch case. So here we're going to do const filtered tasks. It's going to be a function. So here we're going to do a priority type of string. I don't need priority here. Actually, I do. String. I'll get rid of this. The autocomplete is bad sometimes. Okay, so here we're going to switch priority, and we're going to do case. So case, if it's low, and then we're going to return tasks.filter task.priority equal to low. So we're filtering every task as long as it has a priority property that is a low value. We are going to return that, and then we're going to do the same thing for medium and high, and then for the default we're just going to return the tasks, like the array of tasks, like that. And then that's it for this function here. We just need to pass in the tasks and priority. Okay, so filter tasks, we just need to return filter tasks, like that. Okay, perfect. So now we just need to do should be filtered. Okay, go back to page, and what can I do here? I'm just gonna say const filtered equal to filtered tasks, and then here we're going to put the priority. So we need to get priority from the state priority, and then here we pass in the priority, and then it's going to filter according to whatever priority it is. And we are just going to copy this filtered and replace the tasks with filtered, like that. So save. So okay, refresh, filter. Okay, so now we have the filter functionality. It's working. Okay, so we can also do some animations when I filter this, but we're going to do that later. All right, so now the next step, let's work on what else? Oh, this button here as well, and also the header. So yeah, let's go to the header. Where's the header component? Okay, so there it is. So in the header component, we need to get some properties. So we have the ID, we have the name, we want to open model for adding, okay, and then active tasks, okay, like that. Oops. Okay, active tasks. So the create tasks button, I'm just going to add a function on click to open that model for add. So okay, when I click, oops, nothing happens. Okay, model for add. That's weird. On click, nothing. Inspect, click, nothing. Okay, that's weird. Open model for add. That's the name. Open model for add. Okay, so the name is correct. Let's refresh. Click, nothing happens. Create a new task. Okay, ignore that. We'll be back to it. Let's do this one, active tasks. So you have this one, active tasks.length. Okay, seems like it's not working. Active tasks header, active tasks. It's correct. The name is correct. Client, active tasks. Why is it? Okay, let's see why. Active tasks. It's undefined. Okay, so active tasks is undefined. Let's go back to task manager. Task context. Let's see, tasks, filter, not completed. Okay, refresh. So active tasks is working in here. Header. So by the way, this should be coming from use tasks. Probably you've spotted this from use tasks. Okay, my bad. Okay, and also what am I doing? User should be coming from the user context, like that. Okay, so everything should work now. Save. Click. Yep, it's opening the model. Perfect. Active tasks. And this one should work now. Okay, as you can see now, the data is working as it should. We can open up the model from here. Okay, so let's do the other pages, shall we? And then we're going to focus on the profile later. So the other pages, we're going to basically do the same thing with the filtering. Okay, so I will let's go to completed. So completed, it's going to be really similar. Okay, so it's going to be similar. So what I will do, I will copy page and do this and paste. Okay, and we need to say completed tasks, and we just need to, okay, so wrong import. I'll get rid of these two, and then we can auto import them like this. Filters, completed tasks, and then we need to get, we need to filter the completed tasks. I believe if I go to here, so we have completed tasks already here. I'll copy that, go to completed, do this, and then here I'm going to use completed tasks. Okay, and set the priority, and then I'm going to do a use effect here actually. Use effect on initial render. On initial render, I'm going to set priority to everything, to all. Okay, and get rid of the empty dependencies. And we also need to do the same thing for the page, the main one. Okay, like that. Okay, so what error do we have now? Use effect, because it's not imported. So make sure you import use effect. And also we need set priority, which is not imported in here. Set priority. All right, so we should be able to navigate to completed tasks. As you can see, this one is completed. We can filter. Same thing, okay? And we need to copy this. We need to do this similar thing to what is next again? So the next one is pending. Where's the page? Pending, paste, and get rid of these, and make sure it's imported. Item. So this should be pending tasks. All right. And for the pending, we need to look for the pending. So filtered. So let's just do the pending here in here anyway. So const pending tasks. We're going to get the tasks that are not completed. So that's the pending tasks. Okay, so here pending tasks. Okay, and it should work now. So the tasks that are not completed are here. So if I go to the home page, we have 4 tasks. 3 are not completed here, active, as you can see. Okay, so we have the overdue. I'll copy let's go to overdue like that. And for that, we need to get the overdue tasks. So we need to create a function for that because we're going to use dates. So we need to do that in the utilities. So I'll just do this first, overdue. So there's something, but this is not the overdue tasks. We're going to use the date depending on when the task is created. Then we're going to do the overdue. So for that, we are going to go to the utilities, export const. This should be overdue tasks, and it's going to take an array of tasks. So we're going to get today's date, today date, moment, and then we're going to filter tasks that are not completed and have a due date before today. Okay, so we're going to return tasks.filter. So it's going to take in a callback function as usual, and let's name the individual task to task, and then we're just going to return tasks that are not completed. Okay, so tasks that are not completed. Okay, and the due date is moment task, the due date of whatever date we created the task. Okay, so the due date is before today's date. Okay, so this should be today's date. So anything that is before today's date is overdue. Okay, that's what we're doing here. So we're returning anything that is before today's date and that is not completed, so that is overdue. So we are going to go back to overdue page. In here, filtered, let's do filtered. So we need to put the overdue tasks in here. So I'll get rid of pending, equal to overdue, and then I'll pass in the tasks. Okay, so it's going to filter and return us the tasks that are overdue, and then we are also going to filter using the priority. Okay, so here I'm going to pass in the overdue. So the filtered here based on the date, and then here we'll filter based on the clicked button. Okay, so now we should be able to see the overdue tasks. Okay, completed, pending, and overdue. All right, so for example, let's create a new task. Let's do a day after today. I'll just do create task. Okay, as you can see, this task after, it should not show on overdue because we haven't reached that date yet. Okay, although the task is not complete, but if I go to edit this task and put the date below and it's not completed, update task, when I go to overdue, you should be able to see it now. There it is. It's there because it's overdue. Okay, sweet. So now the functionality is working. It's working as we want to. We can complete this. Yes. Okay, and that's pretty much everything that we want for the functionality, but we can do a bit of animations as well. For animations, let's use Framer motion. Here we can copy this link, this script, and cut this, and then we're going to run npm install Framer. Oops, I might have installed Framer in the backend. Wait a minute. Yep, I've installed Framer in the backend. So I'm going to uninstall this. Uninstall Framer motion. Okay, and let's run npm start. All right. So we need to do this in the client. npm install Framer motion. Okay. Perfect. So now let's run npm run dev. Okay, and let's refresh this. Refresh. Okay. So nothing works. Okay, now it's yeah, loaded now. Perfect. So for this to work, we need to import motion. Let's go to the page. I'll close everything for now. Page, and we need to import motion from Framer motion, like that. So for us to animate something, it has to be a motion element. So this one is going to, let's convert it to motion.div. Okay, so now it's a motion element. So this is a container to the task item, to all of these items. It's a container. So what we want to do, we are going to add variants to it. Okay, so variants, let's add a variant called container. Okay, but we don't have this container. We don't even know what it is. So we need to create a new util. So we need to create animations .tsx. Okay, so we need to create a container. Animation export const container. It's going to animate the container of the grid. Okay, it's going to be an object, and then we're going to have properties of hidden. So the opacity is going to be 0 for the container, and then we're going to animate the visibility. So on visible, the opacity is going to be set to 1, and then a transition, we are going to set it to delay children to 0.1. Okay, we're going to stagger the children. Let's set all that to 0.1. Okay, perfect. So that's the container. Can't even spell container. So let's make sure this is a imported container from utils animation container. Sweet. So now we just need to add initial, which is hidden, and then animate visible. So we have initial, hidden, opacity 0, visible, opacity set to 1. Okay, like that. So now let's refresh to see if there's something. Okay, so there's the animation of opacity because we're animating opacity. That's what we want. But we want to animate the child, the item. So we probably want to make this a motion. Also a motion.div, and we need to import motion here. And for this one, for the child, the task item, it needs to have a variant called item. Okay, but we don't have that item yet, so we're gonna do variants. We're gonna set to item like that, but we don't have that variant, so we're going to do export const item. So for the variant, we're not also going to do much. We're going to do basically the same animation. Okay, so we're going to do we can also animate the position, like Y position, X position, but that's entirely up to you. But I'm just going to animate opacity for now. Save. So we should be able to see this cool effect here. Okay, you can animate anything you want pretty much, but I'd rather just keep it simple. And for this button here, I'm going to add a separate animation for it. So motion dot button, and variance is going to be item. Okay, like so. So go back. Okay, sweet. So we need to do the same thing for all of the 4 pages. So what I will do, I'll copy this button. I know this button is repeating, and then I'll just replace this button, and then I'll go to overdue, and I'll replace this button with motion, and then I'll go to what else do we have? Completed, overdue, pending, and then I'll go to this button. I'll add this button. Okay, so now framer, import motion from framer, and let's import item. Okay, now we just need to surround this motion dot div, and here we need to pass in the variance, and then with the container variant, save. So this one is done. So that's the pending. So pending is working. Okay, so we need to do the same thing for overdue. Let's import motion, save that, and let's import item, and we need to do the motion as well. Here, motion, and we need to do the container variant. Oops, container variant, import container, save, and finally for the completed motion, like that, item. Okay, container, and save. All right, so that should do it for the animations. Okay, perfect. So probably the next step is to work on the profile. When I click here, I want to open the profile. I've been sitting here for like hours non-stop, so it's like 0038. I've been here for ages. Okay, so now we are going to do the profile. I'll get rid of this task, it's not being used. Before I forget something, so if you remember on the login page, where's the login page? Login page, I'll copy this. I need to do the same thing for the register. Copy. We need to go to register. Where's register? Okay, so paste it here, and this should be use client, use effect, and router, use user context, router coming from next navigation, save. Sweet. Okay, so now profile. Let's create a new model. So we have a profile folder. Oops, I'll close this. I'll close everything. Close all components, profile model .tsx. React functional component export, and we have the main layout. That's pretty much where we are going to render. So is editing, can't remember the state I've given. So task context, So we have profile model, profile model, set profile model, open profile model. Okay, like that. And we are going to get the profile model. Oops, I didn't copy this. Get the profile model, and then here we're just going to say profile model, and then we're going to render the profile model like that. All right, so now we should be able to so open profile model. So when I click the profile, I want to open the model. Okay, so let's go to profile and use tasks. Let's get the profile model so we can click the profile and open. So this div, okay, so open profile model, save, click. Okay, so the profile model, there it is. Okay, but we need a way to close this. So if you remember, we have a way to close it. Close model, that's the name of the function to close the model. Okay, it's open now, but what we need to do is style this model. So we're going to reuse some of this stuff in the model, so you can just copy the styles in there from there. So what you can do, go to model, copy this div here, profile model, like that. Oops. Okay, so the model is open. So it's not working now because we have not done the close. Okay, so once we've done the close, it's gonna work. It's gonna work once we do the closing. All right, so we have that, and we need a ref. If you remember, a ref. Const ref. You go to no, and then the content is going to have a ref, which is going to be a div. So here we're gonna set ref. I'll paste in the class name. So we're going to center like what we did with the model, and then give it a ref. Okay, so it's centered. Okay, but when I click, the model should close. Okay. All right, so click. So we need to do okay, so the name is use detect outside click. So detect outside click is going to take in a ref, and it's going to take in a callback function. Okay, so the callback function, I'm just going to say on close. Okay, oh, if you remember, it's like we can create a state and close that. So go back to task. So let's look for close model. So close model is going to close the profile model as well. So if we import, where's the close model? Oops, const close model, use tasks. Okay, So copy this and put it here. Close model. Let's take in a callback function and close the model. Use detect outside. Okay, what's going on? Expected one argument, but I got two. That's weird. Detect outside model. Okay, I see it's taking an object. Oops, let me double check. Ref. Yep, it's taking an object of ref and then the callback function. Okay, like that. Oops. So the callback function should be like that. Okay. And now it should close. So I should click and close when I click anywhere else. Okay. So that's that. So now we just need to populate the data of this item here. Okay, so we're going to import a few things. So we have closed model. Let's import from user context. So const, we need update user because we're going to update the user, and then we're going to get the user state, and then we're going to get the change password function from user context. Okay, so we're getting these functions from user context. Oops, use user context, and we need to destructure some properties. So we're gonna get name, email. Name, email. We don't need password. We just need name, email, and a photo. Photo, like that. It's coming from the user, not the user state, but the user. Okay. And we are going to start putting some inputs. What is the thing? Okay. So we are going to do a div. So for this div, we're going to have a position of absolute. Actually, yeah, absolute, class name, absolute, and now I'm going to give it a height of 80 pixels. Okay, so height, so top 0, left 0, width 4, height 80 pixels, background 10% opacity of this color, rounded top right medium, and rounded top left medium. So we should be able to see something. So that's the thing we've created. Okay, and we actually, I want it to keep open, so I don't want to close it. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to comment. I'm just going to comment this. Okay, so I want it to stay open so it doesn't close. So I can style this. Okay, so now with that, I am going to start doing the inputs. Okay, so let's have a div here. So the div is going to have a class name. We're going to have a margin top 4, and a justify between. And then we're going to have another div. And then here, there's going to be an image coming from next image, photo. Okay, and the width and height, let's set it to 80, and rounded, it's going to be 4. Okay, so we should have an image like this. There it is, that's the image. And let's do class name for that, and then relative display, position relative, and inline block display. And then we're going to create like a badge. So we're going to create a div for that with the position of absolute, position absolute, and then a shadow and right of 0.25 rem. And we're going to render a badge icon. Okay, a badge icon. So make sure you import the icon badge. And we're going to also have a tick icon inside. We want to put like a tick inside. So we are going to import that icon as well. So the styles, I'm going to center that within this div. Okay, so left 50%, top 50%, translate y and x minus 50%, text extra small and text to white. So that's the tick, there it is. So now after that, so after this span and after this div, we are going to have another div. Okay, so in here we're going to have a button, and we're going to have GitHub, and then we're just going to say verified, and we're going to give it some class name, and we're going to put it at the end, self end, and then we're going to display flex the button and the icon like that. So verified, like this. Okay, so the button, we're going to style it, and we're just going to give it a border and a text size. So the border is 2, flex gap 2, border 2, rounded MD, and then a padding, text extra small, font medium, like this. That's good. So what we can do is duplicate this button. Okay, so the other one, so we have verified, can't remember what I've named the other one. GitHub check. So check is verified. That's, oops. So we have, oops, I duplicated the wrong thing. I was meant to duplicate the button only. So this should be verified by this one. So GitHub and verified. Okay, so this one should name it GitHub, like that, and verified. Okay, so that's the buttons. Okay, so after this, I'm going to create another div. Okay, so here I'm going to have an h1 and a p tag. That's gonna show name and email like this. Okay, after that we are going to have a form. So form, I'm just going to give it some class name which is margin and a border top. Okay, so there's this border top here, and we just need to add some inputs. So inside the form, we're adding the inputs. We're going to do div. So this is the parent of the first input, which is full name input. So we're going to have a label which is going to say full name. We're doing a display grid, so the first item, which is full name, is going to take 150 pixels, and then the remaining is going to take 1FR, which is the remaining space, like this. So full name and then the remaining space. By the way, there's this weird shadow here. We're going to fix it. I'm going to tell you why. We're going to fix it later after we finish adding all of these inputs, and then we'll fix that shadow in a minute. And then we're going to do input. So the input is going to have a name. So make sure the name, it has this name property, default value, which is the name of the user, and then handle. So this should be handle user input, but I've named this function wrong. But you can feel free to go and rename that function. Oops, I'll copy the name. So it's coming from, we've done this in the authentication section. So it's coming from the use user context. So feel free to change the name of this function here. Oops, it's already being imported. So feel free to change it. It's handler, but it should be handle. Okay, feel free to change it. Okay, and there's some styles, just to make it rounded and a border like that. I mean, we don't see it yet. I mean, let's just fix it now. So so there it is. So that's the input. So let's fix this weird shadow. So let's go to global styles, which is here. So for global styles, for us to be able to fix it, let's look for this one. This should be auth page, and then we're going to target the image instead of targeting all of the forms. And then this should be auth page as well. Auth page form. Okay, like that. So now it's disappeared. All right, so now we just need to add more inputs like this, which we can duplicate this and then add inputs. So the styles are going to be the same, pretty much the same. Okay, so we need to do the email address. Okay, so after this div, we need another div for the email, and then I'm going to use the mail icon. Okay, click. So there it is. So with the email icon. Okay, and we're positioning absolute this email icon. I'm going to set left to 0, top 0, bottom 0, item center, padding left and right, like that. Okay, perfect. So what we need to do now, after the email, we need to create a grid which has old password and new password. So 2 inputs on the same line. So they need a parent container. Okay, so for that, let's do a div. So the parent is going to be a display of grid with 2 columns. Okay, so that's the parent, and then here we're going to have 2 inputs, which means 2 divs in here. So paste in. So the first input, display flex, and then it's going to be old password, but we don't have these values yet. And handle password, we don't have these values, so let's create those. So we need to create some state. So state const old password const new password, and then we need to handle change. So, okay, so we need to handle password. Okay, const handle password. Okay, so for the handle password, so it's going to take in an event. Okay, so let's do type, which is string. Okay, and an event, which is the change event. Okay, so we're gonna say if the type is equals to old, the old password. So whenever we use handle change, we're going to pass in an argument. Okay, so if it's old, we're gonna set old password, and then let's do the new password. Okay, else we are going to do the new password. Okay, so e.target.value. I'll just get rid of this noise. e.target.value, like that. I'm going to do the same here. e.target.value. And as for the event, instead of change event, I'm going to do HTML input element, like that. Okay, so e.target.value does not exist on type string. Do you know what? I'll just get rid of the type checking so I don't want the headache. Okay, like that. So now we should have a handle password function that is dynamic depending on whether the password is new or old. Okay, so now our error should disappear. So this is the style, same thing, the border, and here the flex column. So open up, there it is, that's old password. So we need to repeat this with the new password. So we have the same thing now, but it says new password. Okay, same thing, but instead of old it says new password. And when we're using handle password, so there's new and then there's old as the for the arguments. Okay, so we can change the password. So that's the handle password change. That's great. And after that, we want a button for us to change the password. Okay, so a button for that, we are going to, just create a button. So for the button, let's do button. So make sure when you put the type, make sure it's type of button, not submit, because otherwise it's going to mess with our form. Okay, so let's probably put this in a container and let's do a class name, and we're going to do justify end. So I want it to be at the end, and here we're gonna say change password, like that. So it should be at the end, which is not working because we have not put flex, and it should be at the end, justify end, but it's not at the end because it's in the wrong container. So it should be outside here. Oops, cut, it should be outside, so it should be at the end, like that. Okay, perfect. So for the styles, it's just setting up a hover effect and a background color of blue, like that. So type button, and the class just a padding, BG blue, text white, a smaller font size, and a font medium, rounded to medium, and a hover effect. That's pretty much it. So there's a hover effect here. So the hover effect is the same color, but the opacity is 400. All right, so that's pretty much it for the change password. So now we need some buttons here to cancel, to close the model, and to update the data on the input. Okay, so we're going to create a container for those buttons. We are going to do a border top again, the same one we've been doing, a border top, and we are going to add a button. So the button is going to be red, so like a danger color. Okay, so this is the button. Background is transparent, but it is a text of black and a border too, and the color here, this is the color, and the opacity of 10%, and this is the color when you hover. There's red color, orange, I don't know the color when I hover, as you can see now, red. Okay, and here we just need to say cancel, like that. So when I hover, it says cancel. We need to do the same thing for another button that says save changes. Okay, like that. And it's blue, but I don't want it to be blue. I want it to be this color here, this color here. Okay, and on hover, it's going to be that color, but the opacity is set to 90%, like that. Okay, so same color, but the opacity is 90%. Okay, perfect. So now let's work on changing the user information. So this type of button is submit. Okay, and this is type of button, this is submit. Okay, so we need to do on submit. So the on submit is going to be on the form itself, or you can put on the button if you want to, on click, and then we do the magic. Okay, so form, let's start with password. Let's do the password later. I'm just thinking. So form, actually, let's just do the form. On submit, it's going to take in a callback function, and we're going to e.prevent default to prevent the form from refreshing. Okay, so we are going to take in the user data, which is coming from user state. Okay, so information that we put in our input is going to be in the user state. Okay, so in the user state, so the properties that we want to update, we're going to send those in an object. So we are going to run update user, which takes in an event object and an object itself what we want to update. So name is going to be the user state.name, and then email user state.email. Okay, so save. So let's see if we can change this username. So say save changes. Okay, so as you can see, user updated successfully. So it's changing, the name is changing in real time. Okay, as you can see, the name is changing. We can also change the email, but we are not going to do that. We now need to change the password. I can't even remember what password I've used to log in, but let's try to change this password. So for password, oops, that's the one for password. On click, we're going to pass in the old password and then the new password. Okay, so that's the change password. All right, so the old password, if I remember correctly, I think it's actually let me double check. Postman is test pass. Okay, I'm going to paste that, and then I'm going to change this to just pass, capital letter P. Okay, oops, I can't even. Okay, and then change password. Okay, so it says password changed successfully. Now let's try to hit change again to see if it's going to work. Okay, so now as you can see, it says invalid. Okay, so that means our password is successfully changed. So now let's go back and give it the ability to close. So here, uncomment, save. So let's close this. So click, close, click, and close. All right. So now we have the ability to close. So we have changed our password as well. We need to sign out. Okay. So for us to be able to sign out, we need to go back to the sidebar. Sidebar component. Where is it? Okay. So I think the function, I believe, is called logout user. Logout user, that's the name of the function. Okay, sign out like that. Okay, logout user. Okay, so moment of truth. Now let's see if we are working. So sign out. So it says user logged out successfully, but it seems like it's not working, is it? I have found the mistake that I've done. So in here, I meant to put user.id like that, and then we should now save, and you should be able to see the login page. All right. And what we also need to do, we need to do the same thing. I'm sure I've done the same thing for register. So we need to go to register page. Okay, so here it should be user.id. Okay, and we should be able to transition between register and login. But what you can do is you can get rid of this background if you don't want it. Okay, and you can also get rid of these buttons if your user is logged in. What you can do is just get the user ID, check if it exists. If it doesn't exist, put something else. If it exists, put these buttons here. Okay, so you can do conditional render of these buttons. I think I don't know what looks much cooler. So let's do. I mean, I'm just wondering if we should keep this button or like login. Okay, let's do a login. Let's do a conditional render. So create a task. Let's search for that. So by the way, this is totally different from what I've done, what I'm using as reference off screen. Okay. So we need to also, okay, so we cannot navigate to any of these unless if we are logged in, by the way. So what we can do is go back to, let's search for create a task. Create a task. Create a new task like this. So we have to use the ID here. So we're gonna say if user ID, we're gonna say login. Okay, so okay, like that. So here we're gonna say login or register, login or register, like that. Okay, instead of opening a model, we are going to, what are we going to do? We are going to, let's do a callback function in here. Okay, we're gonna say if user ID, we're gonna open a model. Instead of an alert, we're going to router and send the user elsewhere. Router, use router. So this is coming from Next navigation, and we're going to route a user to the login page. Router, we're going to push them to the login. So if we hit that, yeah, it's not going to do anything. Okay, if we're in the register page, if I push that, it's going to send us to the login page. Okay, perfect. As for these buttons, I will make them clickable. I mean, I'll leave the profile. It's up to you what you decide to do with these buttons, to be fair. So it's really up to you. So the other ones are not clickable unless if I log in. Okay, so test mail, and then the password, the new password I've done is pass. Let's log in with the new password. Okay, as you can see, it's working. I can log in with a new password. Okay, it should be add a new task, like that. Okay, I'm logged in with a new password. We can edit. Okay, edit task. So we've done pretty much all of the functionality that we were after. Sign out, and it's sending us to the login page. We cannot visit any page. If you want, if you put something else here that doesn't exist, you can design a 404 page. Okay, you can search, if you don't know how to do it, next 404 page. You can search for that and you can see how to do it. Custom 404 error. Okay, so pages 404.js. Okay, just read the documentation on how to do it, and then you can do a 404 custom page. But I don't have time for that. We've done the functionality that we were after. All right. Probably if you want to set a forgot password, you can. Let me sign out. You can do that, but you need to set your email. So if you remember, in the authentication section, oops, if you go to the backend, one of the environment variables, so there should be an environment variables to set up the email. So if you watch the authentication section video, you'll see an environment variable to set up your email so you can send emails to reset this password. Okay, let's go to login, register, login again. So if I've missed anything, just let me know in the comments. Okay, so now we're going to deploy our website. Let's start with deploying our server. So I'm going to be using render.com, but you can use any service provider that you want. So create an account. If you have an account, go to dashboard. I already have an account. Okay, and make sure you connect your GitHub account. I've already connected my GitHub account already. So click this button that says new, and then we're going to create a new web service. So if you haven't connected your GitHub yet, you can still connect it. Okay, then you can connect your GitHub. So I've already selected a specific repo that I want to deploy. That's the one I want to deploy, Taskify. Okay, or if you don't know how to do it, click this button that says credentials, and then connect your GitHub here. There should be a button that shows you where to configure GitHub, or you can click configure GitHub, and then click your account, and then select a specific repo that you want to upload. Okay, and then in this case I've already done that, and then that's the repo, and then we're going to connect this repo, and then it's going to be Taskify for the name, and the language is Node, and then we are going to select the root directory. It's backend, if you remember. So backend is the root directory of our server. As you can see, the server.js is in the root directory of the backend folder. So backend, that's the root directory. And for the start command, we're going to do yarn start. Okay, and for the build command, it's the same. Okay, so everything looks good now. And we're going to select the free version, but it's a bit slow. So if you want a better service, you can pay this low fee of $7 a month, which is going to be better. Okay, so let's select the free version. Okay, and we need to add our environment variables in here. So we need Mongo URI, and then we need to put the value in here. Let's go back to backend and select .env, select the value for the Mongo URI, and we're going to paste the value in here. And we're going to also copy JWT secret, paste it in here, copy that, and paste it. Another environment variable, port, paste, and let's copy this, paste, and we also need the client URL. In this case, it's going to be different. We're going to configure the client URL later, but now let's just hit deploy web service. Okay, so let's wait for it to deploy. So depending on how quick your internet is, so sometimes it's faster, sometimes it's not. So let's just wait. Okay, I think I know why it's taking ages to connect to the database. We need to do something. So let's go to Atlas, MongoDB Atlas, and let's sign in. We need to make sure we give access to the API, IP address. So we want it to be accessible pretty much anywhere. So go to network access and then add IP address. Let's do allow access from anywhere. Okay, and then you can just hit confirm here. Okay, perfect. So let's minimize this. Okay, so yeah, as you can see now, the error is showing here because we have not given consent for the IP. Okay, so now we have finished deploying. So as you can see, server is running on port 8000 and we have connected to the database. So our server is now live. It's working now. As you can see now, it says live. Okay, so we can click this link. So this is the root URL of our API. That's the root. We can do /API /v1 and I think tasks. Okay, so as you can see, we're not authorized to access these tasks because we have not logged in. Okay, but we have actually deployed our server. So now we need to deploy the front end. So to do that, I'm going to close this. We're going to use Vercel. We'll copy. Actually, I'll copy this link. Copy. And we're going to go to the client. I will minimize this. And then I'll open this. Okay, and I have Vercel signed in on this tab. Okay, so let's go to the front end. Let's search for server URL. So we're just going to replace this with our server URL. Okay, and like that. Okay, server URL. So we've replaced the server URL in the task context and the user context. Okay, so now server URL is our actual server root URL. All right, so now what we want to do is let's save this to fit server deployed, something like that, and then I'm gonna hit yes. Okay, so now in Vercel, let's add new, and then we're going to click on project, and then we're going to wait until there's changes. Let me refresh because it says 19 minutes ago. Refresh again. Okay, let's hit import. So for this one, Taskfire framework preset, this is Next.js. So the root directory, I guess, is going to be automatic because it doesn't allow us to select that. Actually, we can. So it's client, and then select that. Okay, we gonna see if we need any environment variables. Let's go to the client. Do we have any environment variables? It doesn't seem like we have any environment variables on the client, so we don't need to set up anything with the environment variables. And Taskfire, yeah, let's just leave it as this Taskfire, and then we're gonna hit deploy. Okay, so I think our deployment is complete. So let's click continue to dashboard. So we need to copy the URL. So this is the URL, so copy link address. Okay, so now it sends our deployed website works. So what we need to do is we need to go back to render and add our URL. Okay. All right, so we need to add our URL. So we go to environment, and then edit. And then I believe it's client URL. I'll paste in the variable name here. And then we're gonna go to the backend, copy the client URL, paste it here, like that. Okay, and copy this. Let's click save and deploy. And then we are going to change the client URL. Actually, don't worry about changing it here. So what we're going to do now, let's see the server client URL. We've already set that. So now it's going to redeploy. Okay, so now it's finished deploying. So now let's test to see if our website is working. Okay, so when you try to log in, you're going to see an error. So I just discovered something. So it took me ages to fix the error. So let's search for response.cookie. So we need to put some flags. So here, change the same site to none. I believe I think it was true before, and then put secure to false, and change these flags, and it will work. We also need to do the same thing for this one. Change the flag to none, and we also want to look for clear cookie because we won't be able to sign out. So we also need to do the same for the flag and set the HTTP only to true. Okay, so use these flags. So for logout user on the server, do that, and that's it. So if you do that, make sure you put your changes to GitHub and redeploy. So I have auto redeploy, so it will automatically redeploy. So now let's log in to our website, and we should be able to log in. As you can see now, we have logged into the website. We can go to completed. Okay, everything works. Okay, so let's inspect and check the console. By the way, you can get rid of all of these console logs here. You can get rid of them. Let's go to application. So if I refresh this page, you should see a token here. So because we're logged in, so there's this token. Okay, so we can just sign out. So when you sign out, if the token is not removed, make sure you go to the server and search for clear cookie, and make sure you have these flags here. Make sure they match what I have here. Okay, so, and if you can log in, make sure for the response.cookie in the user controller, make sure you have these flags. Okay, so make sure that they match what you see here. Okay, so yeah, pretty much everything should work now. Okay, so now let's implement a cookie consent banner with the help of CookieBot. It's an easy to use tool for privacy compliance and consent management. So let's search for CookieBot on Google. Oops, CookieBot, wrong spelling. It should be CookieBot like this. So let's click the first link. Okay, so there's a free option. So that's what we're going to get started with. So let's start for free. You can use your Google account to sign in or sign up. Okay, so continue with Google. Okay, so this is the onboarding. So you can fill in this form. I'm just going to skip it for now. Okay, so here it's asking us to enter the domain of our website. So copy the domain of our website, and then we're going to paste in the domain, and then we're going to hit next. Okay, so here there's some options that allows us to configure our cookie consent banner. So we have the control to change the design of how it looks. We can match the theme of our website. Okay, so I'm going to leave the consent banner as a dialog, so you can pick a bar if you want it to be at the bottom of the website. Okay, and you can also change the effect to be overlay or none. I'm just going to leave it at none. And for the design, we can also upload a logo here. For example, I'm just going to upload my logo. Okay, so as you can see now, the logo is there. And for the compliance, so it's set to all visitors. I think it might be set to a different preset when you first log in, but all visitors, so that means everyone who visits our website, they're going to see the consent banner. Okay, so let's leave it at all visitors. You can pick any of the visitors that you want to see the consent banner. Okay, so, and let's go to content. So content, so there's a legislation presets here. So we're going to target the GDPR laws. So let's select a preset. So you can choose any of these presets here that you want to apply. So in this case, we want to comply with the GDPR laws. And then we're going to apply preset. Okay, so this is the content. I would recommend for you to not change this content, okay, because it's pre-done. We selected a preset, but you can edit any of this content. You can put your custom content if you want to, but I'm just going to leave the default content as it is. Okay, and we're going to hit next. Okay, so let's click finish. Okay, so if you still want to edit, you can go back to configuration. You can edit again if you want to, and then we can go to I think design, layout, compliance. So you can also pick explicit consent and implied consent. So here it says EU and EEA only. So I wanted to show on all visitors, okay, instead of the EU only. So I'm just going to change this to all visitors again. So everyone is going to see this, okay? Because we've selected a preset, so it changed from all visitors to that particular preset target, okay? So here on privacy, we can also update how this button looks. So you see this button at the bottom. So a user can adjust the consent they've given. They can withdraw consent or edit their consent. So this button, we can kind of edit where we want it to be on our page. So we can put it on to the right side or at the bottom. Okay, so you can put this like 20 pixels at the bottom and 20 pixels from the left. You can kind of, tweak around. Okay, but I'm not going to show this button. Okay, I'm going to disable this, but we're going to see the consent banner on initial load of the page. But after that, we are not going to see that button again, unless if a user logged in on another page, or if a user has cleared their local storage, because that's where the information is saved, so it will reset the cookie. Okay, so now we are going to go to save changes. Okay, and we can go back to templates. Oops, not templates. Go back to the home page. So click this home page and go back to configuration. So what actually not configuration, we want to go to implementation. So we want to implement this. So we're going to also use Google Tag Manager to help us implement this. So what we're going to do, let's search for Google Tag Manager. So that's GTM. Okay, so Google Tag Manager. So let's install this package in our project. And let's go to terminal. And I'm just going to close this. And then we're going to go to the front end. And then let's install this. Okay, so we are going to run npm run dev. So now we've installed the package, Google Tag Manager. Let's go to the client, providers. We're going to create a new file, Google Tag Manager, initializer. Okay, like that, and then tsx file. Okay, so this package is going to help us connect our website with Google Tag Manager. Okay, so this is a client component. Oops, use client. Okay, like that. And then this is going to be a functional component. Okay, and so here we're going to do a use effect. Use effect. Okay, so here we need to connect our Google Tag Manager. So we need to import something called Tag Manager. Import Tag Manager from React Google Tag Manager module. But we need to install the types. That's why we see this error. So copy this types here, install, and we can install the types. Okay, so the error should disappear now. Okay, so in here we're gonna say const tag manager arguments, tag manager args, and then here we need to pass in the Google Tag Manager ID, which is the GTM ID, and then here we're just gonna do tag manager and initialize it. Okay, so what is this Google Tag Manager ID? So to do, let's go to Google Tag Manager. Google Tag Manager, so we can create a new tag. Okay, so here, if you don't have an account, you can sign in with your Google account or sign up. So let's create here. Once you sign in with your Google account, hit create account, and then here we need to let's name this Taskify. Okay, and for the website, just copy the domain name of our website and paste in, and get rid of the I think HTTPS, get rid of that. And we're going to target the web, and we're going to hit create, and we're going to accept. Okay, so once you've created that, you're going to receive this pop-up, and as you can see now, there's a GTM. That's the ID that we want, Google Tag Manager ID. Okay, so we want to select that ID, select the Google Tag Manager ID, and then we're going to paste it in here. Okay, so we've pasted in our Google Tag Manager ID. Now we want to, instead of returning a div here, we're just going to return no, like that. Okay, so everything should be connected now, but we need to make sure this is rendered somewhere, this GTM initializer. So it should be rendered somewhere. Let's go in the layout, app directory, and then we're going to click layout. Okay, so this should be rendered at the very top in the head. Okay, so here we want to do GTM initializer, like that. So now that's loaded. Now that's loaded. Let's push this code, and then let's do fit Google Tag Manager GTM added. Okay, and let's just hit and yes, and then we're going to wait for the redeployment for us to be able to see the change. So if we go to Vercel, so there should be some redeployment soon. So Taskifier, so refresh, click on it. So it's building, so GTM added, so it's going to redeploy. Okay, so now the deployment is finished. So let's copy the link address again. So we need to test if our website is connected. Okay, so if it's connected, let's paste this. Let's check if it's connected to Google Tag Manager, and then click test. If it's working, it will turn green. Okay, so that means we've connected to Google Tag Manager. So perfect. So now let's connect Cookiebot to our website. So let's go to overview, and we're going to actually select tags. Let's go to admin first, and here in the admin we're going to go to I believe we need to go to container settings, and then we're going to enable consent overview. Okay, and then we're going to save. Okay, and let's go back to workspace. So for the tags, we need to add a cookie consent management tag. We're going to create a new tag configuration, and then click on this tag configuration, and then we're going to search for let's go to discover more tag types in community, and then we're going to search for Cookiebot. Cookiebot. CMP, click that, and we're going to add to workspace and add. Okay. So for now, let's leave everything at default, but here it says your cookiebot ID. So we need to go to cookiebot, implementation, and then installation guides, go to domain group ID. So this is going to allow us to connect to our website. Copy that, and then paste that in. Okay. And we're going to name this tag cookiebot. Okay. And for triggering, we're going to set consent initialization or pages. So this makes sure it loads before all other scripts load. And then we're going to save. Okay, so I'm also going to click here on consent overview. So as you can see, tag is not configured, so we need to make sure it's configured down here. So click cookiebot, scroll down, and then we're going to say no additional consent required, and then we're going to save. Okay, so close that. So now we can test this to see if it's working on our website. So we can hit preview. So go ahead and click preview. And then let's paste in the website link. Copy this. Paste in our website link, and then let's hit connect. Okay, so you can see the cookie consent banner showing on our website. By the way, so if you don't see the logo that we put here, it's because to put a custom logo, you need to have a premium account. Okay, so it's not available on the free version. So that's why, so if you want to see your logo, if you want to customize, if you also want to remove this logo, you can do a premium version, but as a free version, you are not going to be able to put a custom logo. Okay, so here you can, pick consents. You can allow for preferences, statistics, marketing. Okay, and we can allow all. So that means it's working. So I'm going to close this page. Okay, so I can click here. We can go to consent. Let me reopen again. So if you go to marketing, since I've allowed everything, if you go to marketing, you can see I've granted the consent. Also for statistics, I've granted the consent. So if I run again, so I can reject everything. So by the way, if you don't see your cookie consent banner, make sure you don't have ad blocker turned on. So anything that disables scripts on the website, it will make the cookie consent banner not show. So make sure your ad blocker or VPN is disabled. Okay. So now I'm just waiting for it to load. I think it must not connected. I'm going to close this again and hit preview again. Okay, connect. Okay, so you won't see anything because I've removed the button to withdraw the consent. So I'm just going to go to localhost and clear the, so I'm going to look for, application, and then I'm going to clear everything in here. Okay, so when I refresh, we should be able to see the cookie consent banner showing. There it is. So now let's deny everything, deny. And then when I go back to Google Tag Manager, so here, if I go to consent, as you can see, everything is denied. Okay. Okay, everything is denied because if you deny, it will deny everything. So depending on what the user chooses. So now we've set that up. Let's make sure this works on our live website. So what we need to do is hit submit. Okay. So you can add a version name, cookiebot v1, and then let's submit that. Okay, so now we should have a cookie consent banner implemented on our website. If you don't immediately see your cookie consent banner, you should wait a few minutes and then it will show up after a few minutes. So probably we're not going to be able to see this now actually when we try this. So I'm going to close everything. Okay, so I've waited for about 5 minutes and there it is. So here's our cookie consent banner showing. So let's try to allow everything. Okay, so now we've allowed everything. So by the way, if you want a button that always shows at the bottom, you can always go back to cookiebot and customize to always have a button at the bottom left corner. But I don't want that button because there's this button here. So you can always, reposition the button, but I don't want it on the screen. But you can, it's up to you. You can pick if you want it or not. In this case, so I'm just going to clear everything in here. And then when I refresh, so it's going to refresh the consent. Oops. I need to go to not local storage, but in the cookies. So I just need to clear the cookies on our website. Okay. And let's refresh. Okay. So there it is. It appears. So that means if you go to another browser, it's going to appear for a new user. Okay. So this is always going to appear for a new user. Or you can put a button for a user to withdraw or modify the consent. Okay, perfect. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section. If you want to request a video, like a future video, let me know in the comment section as well. And yeah, that's it. I'll see you in the next one.